Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection, as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 372nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, March 18th, 2021. This is a broadcast of the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be a host today. And we're going to have a little special surprise for Mr. Kesh. He doesn't know about this yet, but we have a video that was created by the knowledge seekers of Brazil, who are expressing their gratitude to Mr. Kesh on this occasion of the start of the Iranian New Year. And so this is for you, Mr. Kesh.
Obrigado, Sr. Kesh.
Obrigada, Sr. Kesh.
Gratidão, Sr. Kesh.
Sr. Kesh, muito obrigado.
Muito agradecida. Profunda gratidão, Mr. Kesh.
Obrigada, Sr. Kesh.
Muito obrigado, Sr. Kesh.
Muito obrigado por todo o conhecimento, Mr. Kesh.
Obrigada, Mr. Kesh.
Mr. Kesh, obrigado.
Gratidão, Mr. Kesh. Obrigada, Sr. Kesh.
Gratidão, Sr. Kesh.
Obrigado, Sr. Kesh. Obrigado, Sr. Kesh.
Muito obrigada, Mr. Kesh.
Querido Mr. Kesh, viemos aqui hoje para prestar esta singela homenagem a você, um ser que entrou em nossas vidas como um raio de sol e aqueceu nosso corpo e nossa alma. Não será possível descrever em poucas palavras o sentimento, o amor e o carinho que sentimos por você, mas queremos que saiba que mesmo que muitos de nós não consigam entender totalmente a tecnologia, entender totalmente os ensinamentos, já valeu a pena. Porque o que você nos trouxe já fez uma grande transformação em nossas vidas. Você veio de tão longe e quis estar Mr. Kesh. Você não desistiu da humanidade. Você tentou outra vez. E essa talvez seja a última chance que nós tenhamos de fazer a mudança, de fazer acontecer.
Como podemos agradecer alguém que, com todo amor, tem trazido palavras, construído frases e desenhado cada traço para que nós entendêssemos? Você vê a beleza dos seus ensinamentos através do nosso entendimento e das nossas perguntas. Percebe como parecemos crianças dando os primeiros passos. Cada resposta, uma compreensão. E a cada dia, um novo despertar. Algumas vezes nos tem mostrado diversos caminhos para chegar ao mesmo destino. Espera com paciência o nosso tempo, nos dá confiança, entrega o que de mais precioso você tem, na esperança de nos fazer enxergar a força, os campos, a beleza, o posicionamento, o conhecimento do que sempre esteve aí. Seu papel é ser o Pai. Até que nós nos levantemos e aprendamos a andar por conta própria. Desta vez não é só andar por aí, é andar pelos caminhos mais belos. É andar pelos caminhos do universo. É ver a nossa beleza, a beleza de nossos irmãos, da nossa família, e para compreender o amor do ensinar. Para aprender a compartilhar e alimentar a liberdade. Para que talvez nos tornemos um dia como você, um mestre. Mestre da criação, mestre do amor, mestre do entendimento, mestre da humildade. Humildade de entregar para receber, que ensina a aprender compartilhando, e que ensina a ensinar escutando. Que a cada dia traz um presentear. Espero que um dia possamos entender os segredos que veio nos dar, porque sentimos que sua alegria é ser mestre, mestre do nosso despertar. Obrigado, nosso amado Mr. Kesh.
Senhor Cash, por ensinar as pessoas para construir um futuro melhor para as crianças.
Okay, over to you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much. That was a beautiful surprise. I know other people were aware of it, but I would like to thank the Brazilian and the rest of the Keshe Foundation family for the success of the Keshe Foundation. As I said many times, it's a community of humanity who's come together and in so many pays for itself. It's nice to see even the children of the future will be touched by what we do and what the course we have taken to change. In the past week, we have tried to now share the knowledge, trying to structure that the knowledge can be shared by all of us on what the man believes through the vision of the man. The voice has a different meaning, but the vision brings confirmation of the truth as man has come to believe. And by starting and establishing the Keshe Foundation TV in next 48 hours, more or less, from now, will allow us to be able to share more. It's a road, as I said before, that we never walked, but it's a path that we set for our future generations. We are lucky enough to be able to do this. We are more lucky to be able to share it this way. The Keshe Television, which will come up to its birth, itself will be a learning curve for many of us. I was looking at this video and I saw the board with the magnets on it the first time we were trying to explain the knowledge. And coincidentally, this board was in my hand less than 48 hours ago. And nearly 12, 15 years down the road, it has the same meaning because it brings the basic knowledge. And how we go with it, and how we develop the Keshe Foundation Television is like that board. It's always there. It has the same meaning, depends who looks at what magnet sitting where and what fields we look at. And I'm sure it'll be a fantastic time for all of us, different groups of the Keshe Foundation, which are processing, developing, and making the programs to see the beginning. We have already seen a lot of work done by Neil and the teams. He's taken literally like children under his wing and teaching them step by step and bring them into position to be able to deliver something unique. People who never been producers, they have to produce. People who never been presenters, they have to present. And many of us will build on this. As you will see, the first nation to move with us to allow the technology to be recorded in public television, national television studios is the Iranian television channel that they have facilitated in a very small way, but they wanted to be part of it. And it looks a very small occasion because they didn't know what to do with it, but in the coming time you will see how it will develop. We'll see the same thing with the Italians and the same with the Brazil. And I'm sure many of us will learn from each other. Don't be upset or set back that the Italians have all the facilities or the others have. Gradually, we will establish these things in the next few weeks and months. And we set up the television channels in every nation that we report about what we do and how we see it. Our target is very simple, is to share knowledge and bring the knowledge through peace and application of it to bring a peaceful condition. Don't try to overdo and never think that you have underdone, because this is what we can do. We done our best, and this is how this television channel will build up with others, and many people will follow. We will get blamed for one light being there or a cup being somewhere else, because that way they confirm their existence. By fault, they see in their presentation of others, but not themselves being able to present. It's not going to be a smooth launch. It's a very beautifully done, step by step. We build it up. We see it to be in its peak working condition, maybe in 3 months' time. We need to learn as much as the others need to learn. And with a lot of thanks to Keshe Foundation in Austria, the Keshe Foundation as a company was signed yesterday. Now it's going through the process of it. So now KFTV is a subsidiary of the mother parent company of the Keshe Foundation Austria. And then it allows us in the next 2 or 3 weeks to be able to go further and to start giving you press cards and everything else, that it gives you a new dimension. And then we build up to the next step. As I said, from the 21st of April, we go into the position to enforce, to push, to cajole, and to bring world scientists and world leaders into the position of understanding on television, the new ethos, the new way, and we bring them slowly in. What I said to our team, that the Keshe Foundation TV in the coming time will be where most of the television channels to come for the scientific and intellect and peace news. In a way, we have to structure it this way. To set up a television channel, being in 20, 30 locations around the world, and active people in it takes 1 or 2 years. We have established this in less than a month. So it shows our power, it shows our strength, it shows our confidence in what we do, even though we are not ashamed and we don't run away from failure. We will fail somewhere. Most of the television organizations do. We will have different approach into everything else, but everything else will take the same shape. I have always worked on one basis, on a positive and a point where I see a strength in me. I was talking to the head of the Keshe Foundation, China, a few minutes ago before we come online. And she's on the way of signing up a major contract with the Chinese local authorities for one of the biggest factories Keshe Foundation has committed. So over 2 years of negotiation with them, she's going to sign it. And I explained to her, look at your strength in what you have achieved in 2 years in China, setting up the factories, completing the enhancement unit, all the other things which is taking shape over 2 years. Now we are different than when we went there last time before the corona. And I always encourage people to look at the positive side, what you have achieved. Don't look at the failures, because we all fail. A man who hasn't failed and says, I've never failed, is an arrogant man. I always said in my business life, I failed more than I succeeded. I learned from my failing, and my successes were so big that it covered my failures. Some of us don't get that chance. But in a way, we have failed many times. I see a lot of failure in the process of the Keshe Foundation in the past 15 years, in the way the mindset works. And if the mindset is positive, changes everything to positive. We were continuously under pressure with what the Belgians were going to do with us. Now I see that as an asset, because now we see there was a weakness in the structure. Now we bring in the Keshe Foundation Belgium into the back to the, what I call, we embrace them back into the Keshe Foundation, because the mindset was continuously to set you negative. Now the Keshe Foundation sits positive, and we are going ahead with a blast. And the same will be with television. We will have mindset of negativity, of people who try to bring us that. Always look at what's the best news, what's the next. With the television, as I even discussed about an hour ago with our team in the background, when I asked for Iranian leaders to be present at the opening. They said a very simple thing: give it time. Give it time, because the enemies are so big that if we stand next to you now, it can create you more problems. We look after you and we are there to guide you in a way it has to be done, but don't try to emphasize on what is done to, but emphasize what you bring in, and let people build it on that hope. In so many ways, as we give advice, we receive advice. And it's the same for all of us. Try to make the Keshe Foundation television channel a place where people come to hear the good news, where there's only good news about science and technology and the future of man comes. We don't have what I call a television where people come in live every week and participate in it to hear good news. Humanity has got used to bad news. That's why we have the news. The Keshe Foundation news has to be bright in what has been achieved, in what has been the next step. Never report a conflict, because we have ended with conflict. You see what's the successes. How can we go in the war zones of the past and make a success out of it? It's very seldom you see these things. We can go into lands where there were all sorts of problems with wars and use the opportunity and show the positiveness we can bring with the new technology. Yesterday, in communication with the heads of NASA, I explained to them in a very simple way. I said, we welcome you to Arizona. Let's work together. Let's see the next step in the future, because we have that opportunity. When we see John working so hard to set it up, yesterday communication with NASA was so sweet. I was explaining to one of the knowledge seekers who was near me, talking to NASA brings us in a position that what's the next step? We don't deal with the low-ranking officers in the organization. We're talking to people who decide the next mission, and they head groups, large groups, thousands of people. And when I transferred some videos about the enhancement unit, that we don't need any food and things, they shook their head, said, we were aware of it, you're working on this, so this way we are watching it, but what you're doing, it changes everything for NASA. They're watching it, but they don't have access to it, they don't understand it. And I invited the NASA leaders to join us. Don't come to Iran if you're afraid, because the hand of peace is out. Come to Arizona, because it's another Keshe Foundation Center. And this is what we got to establish with what we call the Keshe Television. We show a new way, and a way to set new scene. And in so many ways, when you hear what I call scientific organizations come in to learn more, join in to be in, then we see the success will come. I congratulate all of you, and I'm sure we're going to have a bumpy Saturday when we start, and there'll be a bumpier Sunday, and slowly the bumps become smaller, and in about a month, 2 months, Keshe Foundation as a television will be fully operational. Instead of doing trial and test in the background for a year or two and not knowing when it'll be, we test and trial in what I call live structure. We add things in, we add more in, and then we'll see how the structure will change. Anyway, thank you very much. It was a beautiful video, and it brought back many, many memories. Thank you to President Rafael, the whole of the Brazilian team, and to the rest of the Keshe Foundation family worldwide. In the process of the development of the Keshe Foundation in the past week, we have achieved another milestone. We are in a position, and we will be given offices in the first step to become part of the university structure. That now even our team in Tehran are moving to take the books and the things they need in the work facilities provided by universities for us to bring the Keshe Foundation at a university level, that as we talk, we invite the world leaders and the scientists to come. Keshe Foundation has a structure within the university structure of Iran, which means we are set to move. it's not just us, but the whole nation is moving towards this development and facilitating everything for it. It's important for all of us to be aware that we need to take the first step and the rest will come. We have taken the first steps many times. And in a way, when you look at the pictures where the little feet were on the shoe of the bigger feet, the father walking the child to learn how to walk, this is what we are doing now. We are there relying on the experience and the fathers and the people who care, as what I call the elder men of the Keshe Foundation and people around us, to take those steps. And hopefully sometime we'll slip off the shoe, but we'll get the foot back on and we'll move on. In respect to what is our main target with the Keshe Foundation Television is the peace process. We show technologies, we show changes, but the ultimate target for Keshe Foundation Television in all the recordings we do, in all the developments we do, is how can this be used for creating peace? And if we can do that, we can achieve a lot. And we'll see what is the next step, what it'll bring us and how we develop. And we'll see what the future holds for us as what we call knowledge seekers, and not to be arrogant to be a master or a teacher, but to be there to seek for knowledge to understand. In the process of the teaching, as I said, by this week, we bring everything to an end in respect to the teaching of the Keshe Foundation, but we cannot jump into the next step. We have to understand what is the next step. We go today beyond the boundary of the earth and see how life is and is being brought to us without us knowing. In so many ways, mankind has an opportunity to learn more about how and what are the possibilities of life. Of the knowledge or being in the dimension of life. In so many ways, we have to come to one understanding. In so many ways, we are strangers to our own world. Many of us, we hear about asteroids and meteorites and everything else. How do these come about? How do they get to us? How and what information and life do they carry within? Some of this, what is stone to you or me, is a home to colonies of life. In so many ways, mankind has not matured enough to understand that even some of these stones we see in the depth of the sky and what we call environment of the solar system are not from this solar system. As you understand by now, as knowledge seekers, as we see the meteorites coming and entering our atmosphere, burning, or in a way they enter or they land, or we see them as lights in the sky, or we see them in the depth of the what we call the solar system. These are not all from the solar system. As we get the stones coming in and burning from the solar system into the atmosphere of the earth, we get the same thing from the what I call the Milky Galaxy into the atmosphere of the solar system. But the size of these plasma fields which convert themselves into the matter state, some as a matter state they enter, and some they enter as an energy and then convert to the matter due to the inertia of the solar system itself, the way it happens on Earth, they become part of the solar system. And then through the dimension of their gravity and the pull, they become like asteroids. So once we see and once we understand this, we understand even life from different dimensions of the galaxy. And the same thing has happened to the Earth, the meteorites. We have galaxial meteorites, then we have universal meteorites, which in dimension are beyond man's imagination, but as energy packs that when they enter the magnetic field forces of the Milky Galaxy, then they convert to a meteorite, to an object according to the strength of the solar systems and galaxy systems. So if we understand this, we understand all the meteorites, all what has landed on Earth is not necessarily from the solar system. As much as solar system creates its own asteroids, so does the galaxy, so does the universe. And so if mankind become wise to this, will understand we already have received many of these which have come through the universe, which managed to pass through the galaxial fields, and Earth and our solar system being on the edge of the present galaxy, more or less, on the boundaries, receives most of and some of. So for the scientists of the future, especially Keshe Foundation scientists, is not to analyze the stones or the objects as we see into what they are. Learn the new technology which you have learned through the GANs and plasma technology, and cultivate these to see how life created in them and is within them, which has entered the life of man. Maybe at the salt content of our atmosphere, there is no life in this. But if you understand now that it needs an active condition to bring the existence and conformation of life, in the coming time, many of the universities who work in the what we call understanding of life in the space will see and find and mature life in these stones. Because it's not there, because we haven't provided the right condition. Now that we understand that life has to come and way the life is created, meteorites and asteroids are many of them containing life in what we call as aliens, as those we do not know. Some of these meteorites originally were part of, or they are what you call a UFO, which has lost control with life within it. And in the energy transfer has changed to the matter state of the what we call asteroids as an object in our galaxy and in our solar system and on our planet. Mankind has got to learn that this will happen to us in the depth of space. We will lose many of our spaceships entering in the wrong field without knowing and converting into its condition, into the position of the fields of the environment they enter. So, as especially now we enter the cycle of life, we have to see, even within the stones, within these structures that we see on Earth, and now we become passengers of the universe, we find asteroids traveling in the solar system or in the galaxy, to understand what life they carry within them. What life was created in them when they were part of. In the universal community, we see many of these, many spaceships which get lost in the process of transportation or travel, and then we find a lump somewhere, and then we can say this is there. But because the energy of the life in them is a magnetic field structure, we can revive the life. Which means one day, when the knowledge of mankind reaches that point of maturity, if you put this stone in the incubator of the fields of the universe, it might give you who are the passengers. In so many ways, mankind has to learn the truth, which has been hidden from him through the lack of understanding of the reality of life in the universe. Why do we see a tail on some of the meteorites? Why do we see tail on some of the asteroids? Because of, they say, is due to the entering and interaction with the fields of the sun. They interact with the fields of their environment. And that itself gives us a lot of indication which one of them carries life. Which one of them is part of. The question to ask mankind is, we spoke years ago about the shoe crab, or crab shoe, whatever you call it. And I explained the life existence. Did it enter as an energy pack in one of these asteroids, then become a meteorite, and then finding the right environment on Earth gave life to the soul of it, and in that position, in freeing it, it took the shape that it can confirm its existence on this planet. This is why mankind needs to explore the new science. Mankind needs to understand more. Now that we switch from past years of teaching about the matter state and fields, now we have to understand, as we go into the interaction of the fields, the essence of the creation of life, how we have even been lacking the knowledge to see and to know the stones we put for people to see is another fields of life. Is another life in essence within it, but we have not managed to be able to understand, to create the environment for it to manifest itself. Then it comes to the reality of how do we realize this? How do we create life out of the stones we create in, and we keep in museums? And then what knowledge these passages of the universe carry for us? And how do we decipher every picture? To you is a boil, to you is a crack, but what does that crack and boil carry for us? Why do we see these shapes? I had the pleasure about a year and a half, 2 years ago, to go to an environment and a shop which was just selling meteorites. Nothing else. The shop was everything, boxes opening, this has come from there, so much fun, so much they want for it. And I was with Wang Min in Beijing. And as we held the stones in our hand and I looked at it, in the back of my mind, I said, how can I tell people I'm holding life? I'm holding an existence, and we put it in boxes and we put it in museums, and not understanding that the way we make a difference between the animal life and the plants, and we become vegetarian and we don't eat meat, how can we become more intelligent than to understand within these structures there is life? It's for us as a human race to understand these first before we go into the next step of understanding the maturity of time in the space travel. As we cannot see, we cannot create, we cannot understand the totality. Every hole, every grain, every position of the space in these stones, to me as a man of space, has a meaning. It's life, it's existence. Does not matter how you pick it. They do not come, most of them, from the splash of the suns and the stars hitting each other and planetary system crashing together. That was a fantastic fairy tale we have accepted up to now. But the truth is different. The truth is, we are interacting and live on this planet, or for us in other places and positions in the universe, environments created we shall become the stone. The way they have become us. But within it, we see it goes back to the reality for those who couldn't understand at the beginning, that it says even stone has a soul, because that stone carries many souls. To you, you looked at the atoms and protons have a soul. To me, as a man of space, every meteorite is a colony of life. And this is what, in the coming time, we have to understand and explore. We are jumping into the space travel, but we have no knowledge of the space. We would like to live and change this planet and make it a peaceful place, but we do not know what atrocities we bring to the others in the universal community. But not knowing, but not being able to understand the totality. As I've said many times, when I let man loose into space, it becomes like a bull in a china shop. You'll break everything. And you think you're still right, because you don't have a knowledge that this is China. It's got to be respected, it's got to be enjoyed, it's got to be handled with care that it doesn't break. And mankind has to go through that phase. And this is why in today's teaching, I brought you a line between man and what is outside. That when we start the teaching with what we call the process of interaction of the fields, what do we know about the fields of lives which is being here and is taking the shape of a stone and there's still life in it? How do we recognize it? How do we allow in some of these, what you call stones, the life which is within them creates the condition that allows them to show themselves to us. Don't forget, we stand 1 and 2 meters high as a man, and when we come to the point of demise, we come no physicality, but energy we call the soul of the man. So in reality, in the time of change of physicality, how many souls are entrapped within these stones? Are they all stones? Or, as I said many times, there are systems with lives which are in trouble, or we have captured them and we don't let go because they cannot exist in the condition of this atmosphere. When we understand this, maybe in the future generation, our children will take these stones back to where they came from and we'll see them to grow to life. This is what we have to accept as a human race, to become part of the world of the creation. This is what we will see in the upcoming time. These stones, what we call meteorites or asteroids, some of them are or have been part of the bigger structure of life, sometime in the process of life on this, or in this universe or beyond. At the same time as we have the meteorites which come from the universe into our galaxy and to Earth, we have meteorites the size of universes that move from one universe to another. This is what mankind has to understand. And with it, how many of us have seen, have touched, have been around a life which is from another universe, which has managed through the process of its evolution enter our atmosphere. Then would we recognize, because the amino acid and the salt condition, which means conversion to life, is slightly different, and we don't have those materials here at this moment of time to produce the environment for it to manifest itself. How many billions of years they have been in this position, and they have landed on Earth millions of years ago, and they're still in there, calm and serene, waiting for the condition to manifest itself that they can show who they are. We have these with seeds and plants, that the seeds are within the ground and they don't show anything. And suddenly out of nowhere, when the condition comes right, man creates that condition, or the atmosphere does, they manifest themselves. We all know the story of the poppies and the fields, battlefields of France, where nothing ever grew there. And after they bombing each other for days and weeks and months, suddenly poppies grew red. Nobody's seen poppies for a long time, and suddenly out of nowhere, by introducing the what I call weapon technology of the man to destroy each other, to create a condition, now the poppies could grow. And they show themselves in the red color, what they call the blood of soldiers. So even on this planet, we have that condition. Now we have to understand we have the same thing amongst us. The question I've raised many times, has the life on this planet, in reality, has it started on this planet? Or was it brought in by another meteorite that in the right condition and the position led to creation of the life as we know as human beings, with a little bit of adoption, as we've seen it with crab shoe or shoe crab. Either way, man from now on has to become wise to the creation and the knowledge of what we have, what shall we become of us in space, and what happens if in the spaceship the man makes from the field interaction in conjunction and in entry into another dimension becomes the stone which is in front of you. You can you hear the ones who are looking at you and say, hi, I'm here, get me out of here? Or would you hide within the structure of the soul? I stay here because I don't know that's man might eat me. Mankind has to become wise to the truth and the reality of the existence and depth of the space. We need to develop a massive understanding of the culture of life. How do we create environment that the culture's life in it, irrespective of the position, place, and the dimension? This technology, in a very hidden way, is embedded in the enhancement unit. In the enhancement units, when we develop it and tune it to the environment that we like, as I've said, in a very, what I call sweet and hidden way, is we can create the condition that when we put this stone in it, because we can measure its field effect, the life becomes alive. We see the stone will change to the dimension of the life, because now we can create the condition of, doesn't matter which galaxy, which universe, which part of the universe it came from, because the knowledge within the structure of the enhancement unit is developed to create the condition for every position in the universe. It's not just that you go in there and you satisfy your hunger, or you save yourself from a slight little cell in the liver, which you call it cancer. The enhancement unit, this is why it's called universal. You can create a condition in every position in the universe that you give chance for life to exist, and for you to be able to adapt yourself to the condition you're going to enter. In so many ways, what we call interaction of the fields, if we understand it, the way when you enter from the room warm into a room cold, and the condition changes and you freeze and you become an ice block. These stones are in that condition, but through interaction of the magnetic fields and not matter state field temperature. If we create the right condition for this stone in the enhancement unit, I ask you one question. What kind of life you will see within it? What would it manifest itself out of? Then you understand why Now we are going into this direction and dimension of interaction of the fields from next week. So you open your eyes in a new dimension of life. To open your eyes in another dimension in the knowledge of the Creator. In a way to understand more, that by seeing more, man finds out how feeble his life is, and how we change, and how the changes in the knowledge for us gives us a new vision, a new dimension to understand more, to appreciate the beauty of the Creator. Then you understand a step further that how little we know of the totality of the knowledge. If I would have brought you these stones, these pictures, oh, would have said, oh, this is this, it came, could be a planet hit it, or a meteorite hit it, and the dust went up, and it went into the galaxy, and this is all nonsense. You try in the wrong way to throw a meteorite when it hits the earth and creates a dust, and throw a stone back into the solar system. The way you get burned coming in, you get burned going out. Very, very seldom. So, in reality, mankind has to come to understand the new structure in life, the new understanding of the science of the creation, the new ways that we respect life in every dimension. I'm a vegetarian. I don't eat meat. If you're a vegetarian, you don't eat meat. Would you like to have a stone because really has no life in it? Then because you haven't accepted that vegetables have a life too. This is what man is going to do in the space. Ooh, I don't eat meat because it comes from earth. I don't eat vegetable because it comes from earth. They're alive, but I eat you because you're not from earth. Would you like to be in that position? Or do we become selective to suit us? And in that selectiveness, we create more problem for us as a human being on earth and in the depths of the universe. This is why the teaching of the Keshe Foundation has to be by those who understand it in depth, to understand, to respect the fields of the universe, not for them to become something that you consider that there is a life or they could have a soul. Don't forget, mankind knowledge is slightly tuned to it but never understood it. Why some things are rays and some things are photons and some things are particles. Now, which dimension would you like me to catch you in? In a photon, in a particle, or in the light, or as a ray? Either way, your life. And this is what in the upcoming teachings we teach you more, the essence of the creation. Then if you understand this, mankind will become mature to totality of the fields of the creation and the Creator. As when you take life in that position, you take part of the Creator. Would you like to eat him? This is why in the teachings we take the teaching to the new dimension, that the man will even respect the fields of the universe, not only the collection of the fields that might have a soul that you might eat or you might consume. And even when you take the fields from the universe, you respect it, that what I give, I take equal. Then I become a transition point as the food is to the man today. But we go respecting a higher order, understanding the totality, not taking away because it passes that we need, but somebody else might need it more than us. We can always take when it comes. This is the step which I try to take you in the next stages of the teaching of the Keshe Foundation. Respecting the fields of the Creator, not the objects and the matters and the lives that because they are collected, I respect. If you reach to that point of maturity, to understand the interaction of the fields and respect it the way you respect your own life, then you become mature to become closer to the light of the Creator. Then we understand to ask yourself one question. Is there a life in the stone and the screen? I say 99.99999% yes. Because as a man of experience, traveler of the universe, I can even tell you where this stone has come from, who these people are, how they live, how they interact. To you, 1,000,000 years is a long time. For these people, 1,000,000 years is not even one day of life in their cycle. Then we understand how little we know. Then we understand what we have to respect. When you pick up a stone, don't forget, even the stone has a soul. If you create the right condition for it, that the stone doesn't melt, but it opens up now that you understand the technology of the gas and field interaction. And let's see what it shows itself in the field dimension. Yesterday in the lab, I asked our knowledge seekers to do this in a different way with another element. And I know the answer, I know what is going to come, but it was a surprise to him. What and how, but up to now I could not teach because mankind was not ready for it. But gradually we're becoming ready for understanding the totality of the creation. Now we can go to the next step. How do we mutate? How do we allow life through the fields of existence to come into operation? The point for us has to be one thing. How did the fields come together to create this stone and within it hold life? And how those lives have chosen to be in that position, what they're learning in through the experience of their lives. A very simple understanding will give you a lot of clues how much life is this within the stone. You see the color of green. You see different shades. How much of it is earthly made and how much of it is within the stone. What feels from inside comes that is seen outside the screen. What is the interface between the fields? Why only we see the green on it? What condition that green creates for inhabitants of the stone to receive energy at the level they like? When you look at inside of it, when you look at the holes in it, why do you have these holes? Was the stone melting what was boiling inside, or is this a cavity of the position where the souls could exist? Now the stone has a different story. Now we understand the totality. As I was talking to one of the knowledge seekers recently, why do we call it the black hole? Why is it black? Isn't it the truth that the field strength on the boundary outside covers a full life of light inside? Isn't it this what we wrote in the first paper about the creation of the black hole? The origin of the black hole. Just because we see it black outside does not mean there's nothing inside it. And most of you knowledge seekers should have understood this from the first time you made your first nano coating. You hit the gem of copper inside the darkness of his skin. You call it nanotechnology. You should have seen life exist within the life of the copper, the life of the zinc, or whatever you make, exist inside that black hole. Just because it's on the tube, you can't say it's a nanotechnology. But that's the true essence of life in the universe. You have to get through it, go through that 30, 40,000 layers, and you see life, the copper inside, the soul of it. This was one of the only ways I could teach mankind the beauty of the creation and what at that time was made not to be understood, that what is it? Black holes are eating machines, because the man never understood the truth about it. What is black? It means protecting itself, that the life inside exists in its entirety. Get a copper ball, throw it in the caustic, create a new condition for it that in respect to its environment creates a protection layer on itself. We call it nano layers. And now you have a black hole in your hand, but inside is copper. You cut it and you see it. It's the same when you cut through what you call a black hole in the universe. There is a life of dimensions of a higher strength that in reducing its strength, it becomes in interaction, makes layers and layers of shields, the way the Earth atmosphere does. Now we understand the truth about the black hole. And now we can understand, if we understand the field interaction of the universe in coming times in teaching, how we can move through these barriers into the center and see the copper. Now the knowledge of transmutation and transportation through fields of the universe become paramount, not to transmutation of the elements as was promised become the point of maturity of the man. That was the maturity of the physical man. The man who understands the process of the creation through his soul moves to the dimension of interaction of the fields of the universe, not through the dimension of interaction and conversion through mutation of the matter state. The totality of the knowledge has to be understood from now on as we enter the next phase of the teaching and understanding. This is why I said I resigned and stepped down instead of the Keshe Foundation, because to teach the new knowledge takes a lot of time and effort. To teach a handful of men who understand this, they go through the transition, and over time will teach the others for man to mature, to become part of the universal community. When I leave the Keshe Foundation, I leave the state of the matter condition as man is involved so much with, because I have matured man to that process that he can gradually enter the dimension of the interaction of the fields of the universe. Those who do not understand it, through their lack of understanding of the knowledge, say, escaping for this and that. We don't escape. We open new doors for the scientific world to open new ways for humanity into the span of the universe. If I wish gold, I can create billions of it, but it has no value 500 meters above this earth. Nobody wants it. It's a piece of dirt. But to man has a lot of value. And in so many ways, we can create whatever we wish through the fields of the emotion of the man and creation of the field of what we call tangibility. In so many ways, mankind has to understand he's never been so kind to himself. And in that process, mankind has come to misunderstand the process of the creation through its dimension of physicality. In the coming times of teaching, we'll show you, we teach you that you understand which fields has come directly from the fields interaction of the creator and has not touched anything. This is not impossible. It's a lot of these rays, which in essence, one end is the man and the other end is the creator. the way you call it neutrinos, they travel from the strength of the field of the creator, and there is no strength in the dimension of unicos to slow them down, for them to interact, because they still have come from the inner sanctum of the creator. Now you understand. When we say servitude, when we say the purity of the understanding of the love of the creator, some men will travel that gap between their soul and the creator in an instance, because they go into the depths of the fields as the strength of the field of the emotion of the creator. Always said, birds with birds, wolves with wolves. If you're a bird who's free and detached and you match into it, you'll find your match, you'll find your lover, the creator. Now maybe mankind understands how some will reach the level of understanding of the creator in the original essence of his own fields, from the point of inception of the creation itself. Now that you are knowledgeable, you understand how sweet and how the reality changes, because now you have been enlightened. You've been enlightened by understanding of the totality. When I told you, some of you might jump that in the last teaching in one go directly to the creator. Now you understand how. You wish, your emotion, if it touches that point that makes you to get ILS or MS, to wish to die, and the body organizes it, and it'll happen. The same wish, the same purity, if you wish and the wish is pure, you will join and you'll match to the fields of the life direct to the creator. Maturity of the man does not need PhDs, an engineer and a doctor or a professor. A little farmer, a little shepherd on the top of the mountain, in sincerity, in trying to help a sheep not to die or take his pain, can reach the point of purity to reach the creator's field of emotion, of love and care. And then the transportation, the transmutation is an instant. The maturity of seeing the light of the creator is the reality of understanding and enlightenment through the fields of the creation. Mankind now looks for gold to become rich. By the time I teach and you understand the totality, human race will search the universe, the whole of the universe, to find that light which indicates is the light from the creator. The hunger to possess will change from gold to the rays, to golden rays from the essence of the origin of the creator. Then you understand which one do you value more, which something has no meaning, or becoming part of the creator to become the creator itself. Maturity of time, creation of new life, understanding the totality in the new dimension of the both physical and fields, what we call the soul and physicality, is about to start. Then mankind becomes more rich. Then mankind becomes detached from this planet. Then mankind becomes to respect the totality of the creation. In so many ways, gradually, step by step, over past 8 years, I took you from matter state into the energy, and now from the energy of the plasma and the GANs into the fields of it. And this is what the past few months I keep on telling you, let the physicality go, look at the fields of the GANs, and then see if you can create that field that you can join in the center of the GANs. You become part of it. And then through it, you will see the outside. And if you learn this process, going through your soul to match the fields of your environment, then one day, one of the souls will find that golden light, that passage of fields to the origin of the essence of the creation, that universal unicos neutrinos, that the origin is connected to the creator. Don't forget, when you reach a point, then you convert and you go back to. It's the condition of the emotion which decides where that point of return comes. The water on the surface of the planet evaporates and at a certain point becomes a cloud and rains down back to the water and the ocean. If you mature enough, at one point you catch that temperature of the field, the strength of the creator, that becomes your passage back to the creator. Otherwise, you're in the swing away from and hoping that you will catch that field that you might turn into the creator. It takes 1 second to fall in love. It takes 1 millisecond to reach the creator. That, if men understand the meaning of it, because you travel back at a higher strength with a more powerful love of the creator to welcome you back within what he gave back to himself, that he can create more. Now you understand again what the teaching, when we say the origin of creation, the origin of the fields will start from 21st. Many of you were waiting to see what will happen. A creature will happen. A thing will go on, and something will be. You're looking again for that Mehdi. You're still looking for confirmation of physicality. We look for the maturity of the man through the soul in the dimension of understanding the creation and the creator. Maybe now you understand what we celebrate from 21st of March. Not only the spring in a physical matter of the northern hemisphere, new life will start, trees will grow, plants will grow, birds will have children. Now we take man through the process of the cycle of birth in the dimension of the nearness to the creator. This is where the next level of teaching comes. Many of you will not understand, but you hang on that I hope one day understand. But understand that in the teachings to come, you have to understand the meaning through your soul. To the confirmation of it in physicality means you're still not matured, as I can't feel anything, I can't see anything. But you do not know if your soul has already taken a trip back 2 steps or going forward 10 steps to the creator and the essence of creation. This is where the new teachings will come into operation, that you can adjust and understand the position of your physical life and the dimension of the creation within center of you, where you stand in the presence of your soul, in the dimension of its life, in its path to its creator, or within the environment of its creation. You were waiting for Mehdi, but in fact the Mehdi is you. It's your soul. It's the understanding of the creation in the essence of the creator's fields of interaction. In a way, when we become the body of the man and we manifest our physicality, we are like a clothing which is born and worn by many people before, and somewhere down the line it's been passed on to us and we wear it as a frock of the man to confirm our existence. Before, this field was part of the galaxy, this field was part of another being maybe. This field maybe was part of the interaction of something else, and as a hand-down energy fields has become the body of the man of today, which we are. Which one of you would like to wear first-hand, untouched, brand new clothing of the fields of the creator? And this is where the teachings will go. This is, if you go back, I explain, even in one of the teachings at the beginning of the recordings we hear, you become a speck of dust, part of nothing. Or you become the fields and rays of the creator. Maybe some of the original teaching now has a different meaning if you listen to it for the next time. This is where from 21st of March, from this Sunday, we take steps towards. We are not abandoning mankind, but we are elevating the understanding of the man in the essence of the creation and the creator. You don't need to be rich to be able to buy and be part of the first-hand clothing that you reach and you receive directly from the Father as a gift. This is what the teaching of the coming time will be. And that's why I emphasize many times, we will talk about the interaction of the fields. This is why I pushed you, and I pushed you for past months. And we've seen Alex in Canada has got a touch of it, but can't understand the totality of it. And we see how the teaching has changed from the time when we had Armand talking about making ganses and nano-coating. The majority of the time that some of us now start understanding part of the interaction of the fields. And in the coming time, we'll have more and more knowledge seekers who are more pure, and the enlightenment of the knowledge will come to them, and they become the teachers of the next cycle in understanding the fields of the creation, in understanding the process of creation, in understanding, respecting the fields of the universe, not the entities of the universe. Because when you respect that field might be connected on the other end to the creator. How and how are you that you could respect your own creator? We become humble through the knowledge. We become arrogant in being able and reach the position to feel, to be part of the creator. And even the arrogance at that moment is arrogance of serving, not possessing. This is what now you might understand in my teachings in past times. Now, where the technology has no meaning, except for you to understand the process of the creation, except you to understand the interaction of the fields of the creator that on the millionth time hand clothing down the line has become you. Through your soul, through interaction of the soul of your physicality, if you become pure and mature enough, you might touch the fields of the rays of the neutral of the creator, that it might show you the path back to his creation. Now you understand the process. Now you become intellect to understanding the work of the creator. In so many ways, mankind has no choice now that we have opened the doors of heaven of the knowledge to humanity. Some of you will understand it through the dimension of physicality, and some of you, through understanding through your soul, will take a new dimension and direction in the physical life. That to brings you to the position that you are like, as I said to one person before, you've seen the bride turns around and throws the bouquet in the air to see which of those behind her will catch and become lucky to become the next bride. This is the same. That bouquet is the flower. It's the beauty from the rays of the creator. Which one will catch it? Is it by intention that we catch, or by deception? Those who get deception, they will never get married. Those who purity of heart want to get married will catch the bouquet, and in seeing its beauty, they fall in love, create condition in their souls that knowing they have that bouquet in their hand, they'll get to the lover. They'll find the lover that leads them to be married, to be consoled, and in a way be given the pleasure of reaching the totality. But I wonder how many of you will catch the bouquets which has been thrown by the Creator, that you find a path to join him, to be like him, a lover and a giver. In so many ways, as we cannot do ourselves, we create children that might be in their process in the development of their physical life, one day, one of our children in the future will catch that bouquet and find the path to the Creator. And this is in fact the essence of the creation of the man and life in the universe. We create so much so that one of the ones who's been the bigger, wearing a torn clothes of the 1,000 and million times by others ahead of them, will become rich by catching the bouquet that can reach the Creator and wear the frock for the first time, to be part of the totality, to be the Creator, to become mother by the marriage that leads to the creation of the totality of more, to be generous and to love. Maybe some of you already have been enlightened today to understand what is to come. And some of you are still in the tangle of, I don't feel anything, this is all talk. It has to be. And neutrino does not show itself as a photon till it reaches the right environment. A ray of the universe and the galaxy does not show itself as a light in the eye of an astronaut till it reaches the right condition in the eye of him, that he can see that flash, that beauty. So, in so many ways, as you were hoping to catch the bouquet, understand one thing. What is the bouquet that your soul needs to catch to find a way to the Creator? The elevation of the soul by creating more fields to be within it. Like, as you see, you have a copper oxide. You don't know which one is a copper and which one is oxygen, but you know the collection is copper oxide. Man, by servitude, collects more things in that oxide. Zinc, copper in that plasma, everything else in that plasma. That maybe at the point of maturity, and by coincidence, if he enters the room, he can catch the light of the Creator. That because he has a full spectrum of it. This is why we say we praise and we bless our people. This is why we give to the soul of the Christ, that we continuously add that he gets to the point that through his soul be able to catch the fields of the Creator and be within that realm. Then when we call it the Son of God, does it mean that that soul was directly enlightened by the rays of the Creator and it became the manifestation of itself, as we are the millionth down Son of the Creator? That's why he's still part of his essences with us, as in amino acid and genetic construction. We see he has the eye of the great grandfather. In that process, we carry the soul of the soul of the soul of many millions of the grandfather to be the Creator. Or we mature to the point that our soul reaches that maturity in one instance. As I said, in the Sunday teaching with Americans, and they say, do we call you a doctor or what title? I said, I don't need a title. Nobody carries a title, does not exist. The only title man has to carry is his closeness to his Creator. If you become close to him and you serve, you have reached and achieved the title of him. This is part of being a lover and a giver. I have found peace. I have found love within the creation of the Creator. And in that process, my soul is free, but I have to manifest myself in a dimension of physicality that I can transfer and translate the knowledge of the Creator. But how much you understand, and as I said, when I teach, I do not teach mankind, but I teach the totality of the universe as being a part of the light of the Creator. We reach and enlighten the whole lot. It's not directional or dimensional. In a way, when you throw a fireball into the air, everyone can see the light of it. It's not exclusively to the one who has thrown it. In a way, that's what we are. As part of the universal messengers, what we do, we enlighten the whole of the environment, not just for the man who threw it or came from us. Then you understand the totality of the creation in the dimension of the Creator. If you feel what I feel as I walk to teach you, I feel no physicality, as the physicality is the dimension of non-existence. It's the knowledge of the Creator which runs within me and which becomes the knowledge to you. In a way, physicality has no meaning, as I take you into the realm of the creation and the Creator to share knowledge and assess how many of you at the same time by your souls across this planet and beyond have become receptive to understand that it's time for me to take the next step. I have matured to understand the position, time and the place. We have a beautiful saying Farsi, it says, it means if you don't want to stand out, become part of the crowd. And this is what we do. But within the crowd, we heard the crowd which way to go, till they reach the destiny, till they reach to the point of understanding. In so many ways, we had the birthday of Mitra past few weeks. And now we understand the birth of the soul of the man in the dimension of the realm of the creation from 21st of March. Beginning of a new life. Beginning of the structure where the soul of physicality and soul of the man will spark with one soul. And then does that soul need to take the shape of physicality to conform to humanity, or become the soul of the guidance of the man, to take mankind and those others to the point to all see and reach and hold that bouquet which comes from the rays of the Creator. And that process will begin. Many of you, or those of you who are looking for physicality and all sorts of escape routes, you can still choose. Those of you who made a lot of assumptions, you can still assume, because you're still entangled in the dimension of physicality. One thing will be for sure, as I said many times, touch me. And if I feel, you feel the physicality. But if I feel you touch the fields of the creation, you will see nothing but the enlightenment within you. You will touch the physicality of the soul, not the physicality of the man. And as long as you find pleasure in physicality of the man, you have not achieved the maturity of the soul of the man to create that position for the creation of the soul. As I said, look at the stone and contemplate. What are you holding in there? As even this stone, at some time in the back billions of the generations of it, was part of the Creator. Then, would you still respect the stone, or just throw it away that something fell under it? Where this stone entered directly to the position of our life, coming maybe closer than any of us from the source of the Creator. Man has to respect the dimension of interaction of the fields of the universe. And then mankind becomes mature to live in the dimension of the field of the soul of the man, and not in the dimension of the physicality of the man. Mankind has to understand the totality from now. Then we understand more. Then we take position, and the position to be able to mature, to become that police officer who shows the direction to get out of the trouble. When there is a flood and a disaster, you wait for the man in the uniform who has the knowledge which way to go to guide you away from the disaster to new pastures, to find peace and tranquility, to start a new life. And this is our job. Every one of us has to be that policeman. Every one of us has to become that guide to guide the soul of the man to the direction that where there might be that neutrino which started from the soul of the Creator itself. And if we can guide one soul to that point, we have achieved and served the purpose of existing, even in the dimension of the soul of the Creator and the soul of the man. Maybe some of you will understand the purpose of the creation and the purpose of understanding the totality of the creation. And then you understand what it means. I've made man in the image of myself. As the man is the so many frogs down the walls, part of interaction of the field of me with me that's created with manifestation. You cannot come from anywhere else but the Creator. Does not matter in the dimension of the physicality or the soul. Your soul is no different than your physicality. It still has come from the dimension of the soul of Creator, but has not converted to the dimension of physicality. Maybe many of you will understand more when you take the path of the fields than path of physicality. And maybe there's a need for contemplation and the silence of the man to understand, to listen to the voice of the Creator through the dimension of his soul, but not through the dimension of ears of physicality. Silence of the soul is more torturous than the silence of physicality, because the soul knows when it's silent, it's not interacting with the dimension and direction to find its way towards the target, towards the position of the Creator. In physicality, we look for a beacon. In the dimension of the soul, we look for the light of the enlightened and those who lead us to the Creator, to the light of Creator, to the beauty of his manifestation, and for us to become part of the totality, not to be a second-hand million times down the road as physicality. In a way, what I said about the black hole and what I said about the creation of the black hole, would we, when we come to see the Creator, the darkness, before we enter the gate and see the sun inside, the soul of the Creator, is that creation of what we call black hole, essence of the creation of the Creator, that it manifests itself in the dimension of the physicality of the strength of the eye of the man. Not everyone sees everything in the universe. Some of us, when become that electron in enlightening, in being enlightened by the interaction of the light of the Creator, will shine to manifest ourselves. I'm here. I would like to be part of you, even though I separated from you. Maybe now you understand. But the beauty of it is, with what we have given you, what we call the enhancement unit, mankind can see the path of the fields of the creation. And in some of the conditions, in the strength of the fields of the universal system, in the strength of the totality, man might find that pool of water which man has made, that one day one neutrino might hit. Mankind in these systems find the direction and the light which has come from the Creator to elevate his soul. This is why, if you go back in the teachings, I always said that some of you being in the system might see the light of your soul, because you interact in the dimension of the strength of maturity, and with it to interact with the soul of the Creator. Many people In the past few weeks, we see frightening people about the soul's this, and it takes your soul and the rest of it. As I said, the devil exists within the fear of ourselves, and those who try to fire it because they're so far away that they know they lost it and they will never get it. So I frighten the others as I don't have it, they will not get to. This is it, and this is how it shall be. And I hope you listen to these teachings hundreds of times, not once or twice, and understand through it the path to the Creator, the path to the soul, to interact with the soul of the Creator, to show your beauty in the presence of the Creator, that He might one day fall in love with that life, and with it bring that soul to be the companion and to be part of the spread of the knowledge of the Creator amongst His creation. Maybe many of you will understand from today's teaching and understanding of it what we call the virgin birth, where the light, the soul of the child to be created comes from the Creator Himself, and not second and third hand, is virgin in essence of the totality from the beginning, not used and abused and then reclothed millions of times in different dimensions. In so many ways, mankind becomes mature from now on's teaching to work in the dimension of the strength of the creation, and then we'll find the travel in the depths of the universe will become a child's play for the man if he decides to travel with the physicality or dimension of the soul of the man. I hope I have given you the present you've been waiting for 21st of March, as the gift came before the time, that you can understand it, that when it comes the time of the teaching of the man physical dimension on 21st of March, you can start enjoying the gift and start understanding the totality. Maybe mankind will be kind to himself to understand which kind of the man has become this mankind. And then we progress to the next steps of understanding of the totality. You got to realize you've been taught today in two levels. Some of you heard my voice through your ears, and some of you received the message of the Creator through your soul. Search for it. And if you can match the two, that you heard the same thing in both dimensions, you might have found the path to your Creator, as both had the same message of love and care, but one was to the soul and one was to the physicality. And if you have only heard in the ear of the man through understanding of his physical emotion, try to find out the voice of the soul. And when you match, you start the trip towards the dimension of the Creator. You will find the fields, which might take you a little bit closer. In a way, less second-hand clothing that you move forward. And in that new position, you might find another strength that takes you, makes you richer in understanding the strength of the soul, to wear less second-hand clothing of the creation through the life of its Creator. But if you made a mistake, you will never know that the frog you take a step higher by your own misconduct might put you back beyond what even you had as a soul of the man, further down the road, instead of being closer to the source. Then it comes the maturity to understand that the man has to be correct in conduct at all time in a dimension of his soul, let alone his physicality. Then the true essence of Mitra comes and manifests itself. Do good, talk good, and think good. thinking comes from the dimension of the soul. Doing comes from the dimension of physicality. And somewhere between the two, man has to find the essence of the reality of the creation, not only in the dimension of physical life, but in the dimension of the soul of the man, is creator. I hope some of you, and I hope all of you, have matured to understand the teaching of today. Even though we start teaching more in depth, more in maturity of time. This is what I call the promised day. Many of you have been waiting for the message of Mehdi to enlighten you, to find a way. Today is that day. It's you who have to become the Mehdi of yourself and understand the totality of the knowledge. Not to look for someone to guide you, but you become the guidelines for the others, that you take the right path. And then maybe you understand, doesn't matter in which path of life, religion you believe in, today is your judgment day, because now you know the truth. And it's you who has to judge. The judgment is on you and not somebody else to decide how much you understood. Take the path in the direction of physicality and starve yourself from reaching the goal of the Creator. Enlighten and enrich your soul to understand by detachment from the physicality, but still using the dimension of physicality to gather more, to may be able to reach, to find that light which comes directly from the Creator, to be the rain which returns back directly without the interference, without changing more clothes back to. Then you understand the totality of the essence of our teaching. I am the beginning, I am the end, as the end comes from my beginning. Then we understand the position and elevation of the soul of the man in the dimension of the physicality as much as in the dimension of the fields of the universe. Loving is an attribute of the Creator. Man has not learned yet to love truly the way the Creator loves. We talk about love, but the love man loves in is still a phantom in comparison to the true love of the Creator. Maybe today I have opened your eyes into a new dimension, as I said, where the teachings will come from. And I warn you always months and months and weeks in advance. As a knowledge seeker told me, you talk too much about everybody expecting now, but you deliver later. Because for a wine to be sweet, it needs time to mature. And for the knowledge to be understood, it needs to be educated, that all gather and do, not one to grasp and grab the chalice of wine just for itself. We took time to mature more souls to be able to go through the transmutation and conversion of the souls of the man to the souls of the creators, those who will elevate faster. It's no good to have one perfect student in the classroom. You strive to have all your students in a perfect condition of the knowledge. And this is what I've been trying to do for past centuries and thousands of years here. And now it's time for man has reached the point of maturity that we can open another gap, another light from the light of Creator in the knowledge of the man's soul and not his physicality. Thank you very much for today. And I hope you received the message from your Mehdi, from your soul. And the day of judgment for some of you is today, as you will judge where and how this position will be. And if you don't do, it's just another voice. And some of you who will go through this transition will become detached from the physicality and its bondage the way it is. Become detached like me. I accept life the way it is at the time it is. I accept a lot of suffering over centuries here by the hand of the man. But now I see the light, that all that was worth it, even the ones in the past few months and the past few years in the clothing of a scientist as a man to guide mankind to this point. We praise and bless the soul of those, even our enemies, as in a way by creating enemy, many of you had to judge your own soul and intellect. And in that process, mankind become the wise man of itself. Be wise to understand the truth, not to stand to accept what has been given to you as the truth. This is why we teach this way, for you to judge, for you to understand, and in judging, for you to mature one step, that you gather more fields, that you stand a better chance that you might catch that bouquet to return to the Creator. And I hope and my wish that all the 7 billions of inhabitants as man and not other creatures only, and plus all the other creatures on this planet, and the soul of all those within the universe and unicos will catch today that bouquet, that we all return back to the Creator and we become the creator and creation of the new life with joy, with peace and understanding of unisons, of the totality of the fields, that we all come from one light to start with, even though by interaction of others and other fields, by diffraction and other things, we become in the clothes of the man. And even in the clothes of the man, we bear another cloth to hide the beauty of what the Creator has created within us. As with the frock of the man, we hide the beauty of the soul which is within us. I hope many of you mature. And I hope many of you make that path, that the dimension of physicality becomes a joy to be the manifestation of the physical dimension of the Creator, and not the suffering and the life of the man in the dimension of physicality. Blessed are those who have matured and elevated. Thank you very much for today. And I hope you'll find peace with understanding of the totality, not by enforcing the dimension of physicality due to the lack of understanding the rays of the Creator and the beauty of His love. I think it'll be a good time, Rick, to take a break. We come back.
Yes, of course, you're right on time, Mr. Kesh. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll take a short break here and come back in a few minutes with the remainder of the Knowledge Seekers Workshop for today.
Innovative, revolutionary, stellar development, purest universal knowledge. In a transformative, futuristic design. The Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit. The very first new evolutionary spaceship technology has been rolled out for mass production. Our Universal Body Enhancement Spaceship Unit is constructed from high-quality materials carefully selected by our team of experts. Embedding the essence of the new GANS plasma science and technology, it uses collective plasma field technology for changing and enhancing the environment of the body of the man. This new plasma enhancement changes the environment of the body to allow it to return to its natural balanced energetic condition, as in the womb of the mother, allowing every cell in the body of the man to find its natural original field strength balance. The shape and field distribution in this new space plasma technology replicates the inner structure of the universe and replicates the balance fields from which the man was created at the point of inception in the womb of the mother, not only receiving balance in the physical, but also in the emotional sense too. For the first time in the history of man, a system has been developed and delivered which not only enhances the physical body of the man, but also enhances the emotional part of the user of the system, hence reducing and eliminating many problems that could not be solved in the world of science, to bring the body of the man into near perfection as at the time of birth. This new spaceship technology can be within the reach of every man today and can be ordered by medical practitioners, sports specialists and healthcare centres. The Universal Enhancement Spaceship Unit, the future you have been waiting for, is here. The journey from space to spaceship technology has started. Every order is subject to a contractual agreement and might require additional accessories priced separately for applications according to each case. You can order or contact us at office@at.kfm.global for additional information.
Okay, welcome back everyone to the 372nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop here on Thursday, March 18th, 2021. Mr. Kesh, are you ready to begin the second half here?
Ready, willing, and I hope still able. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, how would you like to proceed? Would you like to take questions or?
Let's see, as usual.
Okay, and as usual, I'll remind our attendees here that you can raise your virtual hand and we can acknowledge you so that you can speak. And people in YouTube and live stream can type out their questions if they have any, and also in the Q&A, people can put their questions in as well in the Zoom chat here. So we do have one question in the Q&A, but I believe it's probably already been answered, but perhaps you'll have a different answer anyway. So I will ask it. It's from Antonio, who says, comets carry matter and energies of different frequencies from one galaxy to another. Mr. Kesh, do these comets sow the seeds of future development wherever they appear, and do they carry the purpose of the Creator?
What do you mean by that exactly?
Well, we would have to hear from Antonio in order to sort that, I suppose. But to me, you were talking about that basically at one point where you were explaining how the meteorite or the comets and other travelers from other parts of the universe carry these souls with them that are like, which could be seeds when they land on some other planet or manifest. They could start out as energies, as you were saying, and then manifest once the inertia, once they encounter the inertia. So I think you kind of answered it that way, but I will allow Antonio to speak if he was so inclined to do so. And maybe we can sort it out better.
If he can't,
Hello.
I would like. Hello, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Kesh.
Yes.
Yeah, my feeling is that when the comet passes through, it leaves behind energies that influence the planet and has an effect but my thoughts were that it would carry the purpose of the Creator by the seeds that it sows. So does that make sense at all?
No.
Okay.
I'm still trying to decipher.
Uh-huh. The other thing that I was you talked about in the interview that you had the other day about the planet coming closer to the sun. In 1988, there was a report that the planet had slightly slowed in revolution. Is that what you're talking about the coming closer or over time to the sun?
We always have moved closer to the sun. We think we are a big planet. It takes us 24 hours to go from one point to another. But in fact, we are a speck of dust. And this speck of dust has two factors. First of all, it goes through a point of conversion. If you look at it when you're a far distance in Saturn and Jupiter, you gather a lot of gases. As you come closer to the field interaction, you gather, due to the higher strength you achieve with the interaction of higher strength from the field of the sun, you gather more materials. The rate of the expansion of the matter state of this Earth compared to where it was in the point of Jupiter billions of years ago is totally different. We convert much more energy to matter now that we used to attract fields of the gases. That's why we're such a gaseous big planets at the far end. But gradually, as we come closer to the sun, we change. We attract, we convert more of the energy to the matter state because of the closeness and the high fields. So we have never stopped gravitating towards the sun. And maybe as we explained before, the center of the planet has a composition of the fields interactions, if you read even in the pattern of Britain, that attracts more of the fields of the neutrino fields of the sun or the universe or the galaxy. That energy creates a new condition for Earth to find its position in respect to the sun. Would it tilt us over? Would it become more dynamic? Would it go in a way of changing its motion? Because on Earth up to now, we only look in a very narrow way in the existence of the planetary system. If we look in the dimension of different way, what we see, we think always the sun rotates in circular and the Earth will take a path like this. But in reality, most of the time, the planetary system has a sinusoidal reaction depending on its matter state or the field attraction. In some planets, we see a totally different way. The motion is in a way of a rectangular combination. And this has a lot of direct effect on how the planet has matured itself in respect to its position and its center. And in the universal dimension, by the shape and the path of a planet or a star in a galaxy or a universe, we know what is the composition of that star or that planet. Man looks at the fields and decides what are the content of it. We look at the direction of the motion and the heartbeat, and we understand the energy of the planet. It's totally two different things. And so Earth is gathering that energy change as it gets closer, and eventually we will burn. The way what we see is a very high possibility that the Earth is in the process of more or less changing the direction of rotation. It's quite possible. But it will go the way it looks through a 90-degree shift, which means what has happened, if you look at it in a simple way, if you look at the Earth axis is like this, where the vertical and the horizontal is this. Earth is moving to this position. So in the next few millions of years, we expect the Earth to go through this rotation. But again, if the field strength, which is very possible, will push the Earth not only into this, but into the anti-clockwise motion and into a clockwise. Because the transformation of the fields, and as this happens, there is some changes in the speed, because you have to come to a little halt and then stop and reverse. We see this with the reactors, we see this with our space reactors. And this is quite possible. It's 100%, without the shadow of a doubt, Earth is going to a vertical rotation, to a horizontal line, without a doubt. That's why even our seasons are changing in a very slow way, but faster than before. If we speak to our great-grandfathers, they will tell us the position of our, the way it was their time. It's not all global warming, it's not all that. Earth is very rapidly going through a transition of the direction of the rotation and motion. We see it in, it's very clear that from what we have from geological data and what we have from the traces of the fields of the Earth in its what we call solar system, we are going into a position of the halt within the next maybe 500,000 years, maybe less, maybe next 1 million years, if we go that far further, that the Earth will change till totally to this position. Then we rotate only in this axis.
So that would bring different influences, like, you know, the axis, my understanding is when the axis is pointing in, say, to the constellation, say, of Aquarius, it brings in certain qualities, say, for example, synthesis in this particular age and bringing people together.
There is, no. Let me explain to you something very interesting. Direction of the change of the motion of the fields of the planet does not change the direction of the fields of distribution of the fields of the planet. Doesn't mean that we're going to take our fields this way and out that way. We still work through the internal field forces of the universe, but the inner field forces will force the physical change. Not just because on your side, it's like you think you're looking with your eyes up this way. From the field point of view. And if you look at the geological pattern, what we see in some places, not in all places, geologists tell you that this place used to be in the North Pole. It's not the first time we are going into this switch. Over the cycle of the Earth, from the boundary of the solar system to here, all planetary systems go through this diversion and dimension and rotation. We see Uranus going the other way, we see Venus going the other way, and they just don't go boom, in one go. Over billion, we are all rotating, all the planetary system, all of them, due to their position in respect to Sun, we are continuously in change. But in the process of when we go from horizontal to vertical, we don't come that our fields go from this side in. The fields straight will transmute this way. The change of the rotation is a physical dimension.
Okay, that's explained.
So your Venus, your God knows, your Uranus and whatever in zodiac sign, it still has the same field. Mainly what is it creates the condition of the change of the planetary system to go in vertical or whatever is partially dependent on the inertia interaction with the field within the center too. It's not all one. Because inertia itself, if it comes in a mass ratio in the energy level, if you understand that your inertia is on the surface, and if this mass ratio of the field strength become big enough that can interact, will influence this change. Because now it's two of them have to interact. Earth crust is very thin, so inertial interaction stays on a very thin layer. But if Earth creates bigger and thicker fields by conversion, then this will have a bigger interaction with the center and will change this. We see that with the stars. We see that in the creation of the stars, where if you have the seed of the star, you have nothing, and then you have the layer of gaseous, as you call it, ocean of fields. In fact, in the center, it's just interaction of the fields that in the slowing down, they manifest themselves as a new inertial layer in the sun. And the interaction of the fields from here with the interaction of the fields from inertia creates the light we see. And the light we see is only the spectrum of the fields which is I at the level of the amino acid of the man. We don't see, if you had a different what you call amino acid strength, you will not see the sun this way. Maybe you see the sun more from its inner because you do not come in interaction with the field of these. Or some of us, according to our strength of amino acid, might see the sun dimension near to the earth. It's from the point of observer and where we fit in the balance of the fields.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you.
You're welcome. You got to remember to understand this a simple fact, that we've been told by mistake by our scientists over time that the Earth's magnetic field, as I've said before, comes like this and it goes like that. Yeah? But in fact, the fields come from every dimension, in every direction. And it doesn't come only from the bottom. They come from every angle into the equator. And some of it, depending on which way they enter, they might come this way. So we have the fields this way too. Depends on which strength we are going. The one thing which, if you were in the space technology, will understand what I'm trying to explain, is very simple. We say the Earth's magnetic field on the North Pole is 3 to 5%. I'll write it with the right hand. I should know with my left is easier. We say that the magnetic field from the north to south is 3 to 5% more. Yeah? But follow now the understanding of all of the plasma. Earth is a plasma. So for it to be more, to get the traffic, this polarity has to be weaker than this polarity, that the stronger feeds the weaker.
Yeah. Okay.
You understand?
Yeah.
This direction of the flow through the earth, as we say, it goes from the north to south, is interaction of the fields of the north in the gravitational being stronger than the north gravitation. And it's a bullet which goes through. And in that process absorbs some more plasmas. And in that process, the higher speed creates more division of the fields, which are actually coming in the other way. At any time, the field interaction inside the planetary system is not what our scientists have been telling us.
That looks like our lungs.
That looks like a brain.
A brain,
it's
yes. Yeah.
Many of the cancers created by the division of the two fields of the two sides of the hemisphere of the brain of the man, where they are by being in different strengths, for example, in interaction with the other side will create a friction which leads to creation of evolution and cells which it might be the cause of what we call cancers or evolution. In time, man will understand. If you look at it in true essence, there's no difference between the man and the planet. Fields come in, the fields come in, and the fields go out in the same.
And the soul of the planet is in the center?
The soul of the planet is somewhere down here. And the planet is in the center, if you call it, yeah. But as a human race, so with respect to sun, are always have that center of interaction. The truth about the world of plasma is far, far away from what we've been led to believe by our present scientists. As I said, in a very near future, we will teach plasma, nuclear plasma technology from one of the leading universities in Tehran. We are on course, and we will create that condition that people understand the plasma differently, and they will go through it beautifully. Unfortunately, the whole of Iran has gone and is going through a shutdown for the new year on Saturday at 10:37. I think 10:37 minutes 21 seconds is the time when we go through the process of, or what we call winter to spring, the equinox. And at the same time, we wish the Iranian nation and those who live on the ethos of Mitra a wonderful new year. As we congratulate and we give our best wishes to the Christians for Christmas and the Chinese for the New Year. 21st on 20th on Saturday is the celebration of the New Year right across Silk Road. Most of the Silk Road to Japan will celebrate 21st as the equinox happens after 12 o'clock, so the next day comes. And as we always say, Eid Hamid Shoma Mubarak, and we wish you a successful and prosperous year for the whole of humanity. It's a beautiful time. We entered 1,400 on the Shia side of the Islamic world, and in a very strange way, 4 and 1 makes 5 2021 makes 5. Even in numeric, we reach equinox, we reach balance and equality on both sides. And by tradition, the Iranians celebrate. And we celebrate at the time when we start the TV at about 10 o'clock on Saturday. Then within half an hour, 40 minutes of the start of the program, we will go through the celebration of the Iranian New Year. We have received the program from Iranian Keshe Foundation team. And then we celebrate the whole structure of the man entering new phase for his maturity of his soul. It'll be a very interesting time. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Kesh. I'm not clear. Oh, there's a hand up there now. I wasn't clear if the hands were working. I had to switch it on. Kay has a question. If you'd like to go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Keshe.
Salam.
Yes, before anything, thank you ever so much. I would like to wish everybody a happy Nowruz, 3,000-year-old celebration. And with it, I hope humanity will see the light of soul elevation throughout. And I wish you and your family, as well as your mission, which is endless, a great success. And hopefully this year, 2021 or 1400, will be the start of all the success that you have been wishing. My question was about the meteoroid. I was really touched, and in a way that I couldn't work it out myself. All the knowledge you have already given, that meteoroids are the field interaction where they manifest themselves in physicality. But the question was, when they do come to the planet, to our planet, and they disintegrate, and when they do fall down and then they break up, those which are disintegrated, where do they go? The soul, do they go back to their origin? Do they ever go back to their origin and be the life that they had? Do they ever get their life back? Or they're diminished and destroyed? Well, they're not destroyed. I know they go back to their field, as a field again, as a plasma. But do they ever go back to what they were?
In some occasions, yes. Depending in that process, you can see when a man becomes knowledgeable to this, you will see in some cases in the process of conversion with the high field interaction with the, what we call maybe re-entry on the earth, we create that condition of their life in the point of their existence, physical dimension. We can see in some of the meteorites such a thing, but the lack of knowledge in understanding it is there. It's very much like when the man dies and the soul of physicality separates from the soul of the man. When the house burns out, you run out of the house. When the physicality dies, the soul runs out of the house. And when these meteorites enter and create a condition that is about their demise, the soul leaves. This is what I call change of hands of the clothing. What happens to the light we observe of a meteorite is an energy which we absorb, is the soul of another being which interacts with our soul, and we become a host to another cycle of life without us knowing. It's that GANs of CO2, and then you have a magnesium to it, becomes CO2 magnesium. This is part of the beauty of knowledge of the creation, which when the man stops living the physical life, we'll see. Is the process does not end. Is not at, we say, the day of judgment and that's it, you go to heaven. No, it doesn't happen. You just go through another process of the creation, the process of living.
Mr. Keshe, sorry. Another question's come up. It baffles me really. You mentioned that when we put this Metroid into the enhancement unit, if we create that field strength and the environment of the inertia of where they came from, we would see them alive and manifest themselves. My question was, would they sustain themselves at that environment, as well as how would we see them as? Would they manifest themselves as human or the actual creature that actually are in their own environment?
It's a very simple question to answer, but in a very, what I call, a special way. And that is, how would you treat your guest? An unexpected guest, or a guest which you invite and you welcome to your home? Would we, in creating a condition for them to manifest themselves, would we greet them? Would we become mature enough to be able to understand the process of the creation, to accept them and welcome them? Or, as is tradition, we run, we shout and fight, and we try to put them in machines, and we make a prisons of that, the way we say we did with those alien systems that landed in, is it Area 50 or 51 or whatever? If we have such a passengers of the universe with us, and we have engaged them in whatever we are supposed to do, and they are partially in whatever, have we tried to create their environment that they can survive? Or to us, this another creature, we hold animals in the zoo, we keep the fishes in the tank, and we think we are very kind because we give them a new place, a new prison dimension of our choice. When we come across now that we have the knowledge with another cycle of life, how would we treat them now that we know we are responsible for it? It's another child. We, through our knowledge, have given them the position of manifestation. We are responsible for it. We have to find a way for it to feed it. We have to find a way to accommodate its emotion. But now we are wise to it. We'll soon learn how. If and when the government opens up these secrets of the banks of whatever, we call them aliens, are with us, can we create a dimension for them to have the pleasure to be part of us openly, the way the others are with us on this planet? Why can't these, as we say, aliens or whatever, don't convert like the rest into the human clothing or the human body? And this is the process that we have to understand. We've been ignorant to it. Why, if we have these passengers of universe, we can't accommodate them, that we give them a condition, we understand the position of their communication, that they can teach us about where they come from, how they work. How come some of them can convert where they choose? This is when you see these pictures of what you call aliens, it raises a lot of questions for me. If these people had the knowledge to travel this part of the universe and they're here, do they have a problem to convert themselves into another dimension? Do they need to be the prisoners of man? Or we, through accident, they cannot convert, they cannot adjust, they cannot, we haven't created a condition for them to show their real features. They have, due to the gravitational magnetic field of the earth and condition, they are here, they have not managed to fully convert. How come millions of them live amongst us, they take our features and we never know them? It's not that the last chance we have with the people from outside. Every day we have a chance. How many of you, how many times have passed one without you knowing? It's never the last chance and the only hope. We are part of that structure who has come in and chosen to be. If you're Chinese, you go to America, you start living like Americans. Maybe your features are slightly different because you still look Chinese, but you eat bacon and egg, you go to McDonald's and everything else. You take the style of living. And some of you, you're Chinese, you go to America, you don't eat anything but Chinese food. That's the only thing I want to eat. I don't want to know what a hamburger is. And you don't go through the conversion, you just change the position. These are the same. They live amongst us. They are with us. If you were in the Rome conference, the last Rome conference, I asked the audience, and I said, there's one of our family from outside within us here in this room. And one woman just got up, it's me. Where actually the person who is, or the body who was, identified yourself very straight away. It was obvious. That's why when I looked at it, when he looked back at me, it was obvious. It was so clever. We both laughed at the stupidity of the woman. Because they are part of us, they have become amongst us. You see a lot of them in South America. You see a lot of them in Africa. They have a typical features that is connected with their conversion. When they convert to be like human race, they all take certain shape. It's just like, you know, you go to church, oh, these are from black from Ghana, or these are black from Kenya. Even in the Chinese community, you identify them because you know different cultures of Africa, and doesn't matter where they come up, we can say. They're all like diamonds. They have their own beauty, and does not matter which river or which mine or which ocean we capture them from. This is what we got to mature to. Then we will see around us. I was sitting with someone in Ghana in a shopping center, and I've said that before. And they came, they knew I recognized them. They tried to go and hide between the lift and the staircase, and they were somehow blocked. They had to come back. And I confirmed to them, I respect you for what you are, and as a guest. And it was amazing how they changed. I recognized many of them, even walking up the streets in Linz. they become adapted to us to live on this planet. Maybe because they lost their homeland. We don't have on the streets of our Munich or London just the refugees from planet Earth, from Syria or Iraq or whatever, or Iran. We have refugees from other planetary systems which they have been lost in the process, or they have educated themselves in the travel of the universe, and by coming here, they chose to be here because the home has been lost while they've been away. Galaxies collide. Star formations collide. It's the same as what we have hurricanes and we have earthquake, and people have to move and go to another point of the earth to live. It doesn't change anything. It's the same truth. It's just that us as human beings want to twist it the way it suits us. The fact doesn't change. It's a conversion. It's understanding of, in processing the knowledge and the technology.
Mr. Keshe, thank you very much for your explanation. It's beautiful. And I'm sure humanity at large, we would embrace any race, any aliens, if they
you
were
mean
to be among
us? We are aliens ourselves.
Yeah, we are. Yes, we are alien ourselves. But if they were to show their true features and true physicality, we the humanity, we would not really and truly do anything wrong as such. But there are elements like anything else, obviously in the system, within the system, where they would have different agendas. But people like us who are just walking up and down in their daily life, we have no bad feeling or any misunderstanding with any creatures, and we will definitely welcome them. And now that the knowledge that you have spread, we have a far more in-depth understanding of what life is all about, what creation is all about. We will be more embracing than ever. And I'm just hoping that humanity will catch up, the rest of humanity will catch up soon, and they will come in line with this understanding that we're all the same. It just doesn't matter with physicality, how we look or how we are shaped, but we're all the same in essence. And hopefully, I'm actually longing for the day that I could see aliens amongst us, and just
maybe you are yourself one, but never realized.
Perhaps. God bless. And I wish you a lot of luck, Mr. Keshe. And I'm hoping and I'm wishing, and my prayers is all the time, continuously is with you to be among us for, or amongst humanity for hundreds of years to come, because we have so much to learn, and you're the only one who can unravel the keys and speed up humanities to these frontiers, and embracing what reality is in Unicos, so to speak. And I wish you all the time an eternal life. God bless you. God bless you.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you. We got to understand that mankind has to teach its children not to be prejudiced from their childhood. That never grows into adulthood, and then it creates conflicts. We teach our children to be prejudiced because of the language, because of the color of skin. And we have to teach our children to be blind, except to the beauty of a person. That even if there is fault in another, you always look over it because you are more faulty than them. You feel this, especially nowadays, that there is a huge movement of people around the world. How our children feel, how our children are targeted because they are not of the place where the others are. We haven't taught our children to be respectful and embrace the totality as we are part of. I remember our youngest son, when he was 5 years old, in a primary school, they called us around September. They said to us, your child has to be out of the school because you are a foreigner by November. And we had to understand it, because when it came November, They taught their children how to beat him, how to push him, to make life so miserable that he doesn't go to school. And it's happened. We had to withdraw him from a school because of the way the Belgians showed their love to my child. And they told us months before they're going to do it. We create a hate. A child of 5 years old see everybody the same as a friend. But when we teach them the racism, when we teach them the color difference, that's what becomes. And we thought, that's it. All the Belgians are like this. We brought him to Italy. He suffered more because the Italians don't accept anyone who is not Italian in the school. Even the teachers torture the children who got a father from outside Italy. It's the way we teach our children. He had to stand in the fields watching the others play football. He had his football with him. They won't play with him because his father was an Italian or his mother was an Italian. And I've spoken to many people like this in Italy, and they all suffer the same to children. We have to teach our children respect the love of the others. This thing, racism, has a borderline somewhere from Middle East towards Europe. In Middle East, we respect, we love whoever comes to us. The only time we go through fanaticism is when the religion takes over. Otherwise, the love underneath is still the same. And somehow, we see that in China with respect to the Japanese because what they've done to them. We have collectively, as knowledge seekers, to bring this to our children, that the next generation creates life, creates the condition of life for everyone the same. How do you expect that if what you call alien shows itself, and then how these children will treat him? If he's a stronger, they respect him out of the fear of what he does. If he's weaker, they batter him the way they did with my child. I went through the same thing. To understand this, many times, many years, I always said, I lived in England for 29 years. I never felt as an outsider because in so many ways, we came to understand the process of English living. We didn't stay, as many do, as outside stay out, and we keep our own cluster. We have to learn and teach our children to mix, to understand, because when you understand the culture, when you understand the way of living, when you understand the language, it's an asset. It's a wealth in the pocket of the knowledge and the soul of the man. And this is what we see. I have seen this right across 40 years of revolution in Iran, where the families have taken refuge in different countries, and many, always, the children were persecuted because of not being part of the origin. Because we are better, because we are from this land. How better do we come when we come across the foreigners of the what we call aliens? The teaching of Keshe Foundation, especially with television, has to be the teaching through the children for them to understand no prejudice, for them to understand, to respect the fields of the Creator, not the physicality of the man. And this will bring changes in. This will bring a lot of changes in. Because you find out in certain ways, in certain cultures, we have embedded and inbreed this hate, because then we become separate, then we are special, then we are something else. This is what the whole humanity has to change into. This is why I always say I'm Iranian, I'm proud to be, but a part of the human race. Because it's to me the same. I lived amongst enough different cultures to understand that it's just the skin deep. The real man sits in his action and his soul, not in the color of his skin, not in the path of belief, not in the way and where he's been brought up. And this is what we have to teach our children, that process does not take place. And it takes time. That's why we teach this way. We elevate soul after man, that a man in understanding stops the next cycle. What you're going to do when you go to space, we don't talk to this energy pack, we don't touch the other one, but even we take their energy, because without that we can't live. We are all in interaction of the fields, in the interaction of physicality, interconnected. And once we understand this, we'll become blind to everything. And we only see one thing, the beauty of the soul of the creation. Any other question?
Well, we have Stefania with a hand up, and there's several other questions in the Q&A, including some from Salomia as well. Stefania, would you like to go ahead?
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. It's not me, it's knowledge seekers. They asked me to ask you a few questions from the Italians. I got one from Filippo and one from Patrizia. So the first one is, can Mr. Keshe expanding on the CO2 salt?
What?
Can Mr. Keshe expanding on the CO2 salt? This is the question from Filippo.
What do you mean by CO2 salt?
1 second, I'm gonna ask him to come alive. 1 second.
Come alive? Is he dead or is he unconscious?
Conversion of the field. Okay, I will, it's gone actually. I will go with the next questions, and it's from Patrizia. And Patrizia, he said, this is actually regarding the cups. I don't know if it's okay. The cup, that the individual cup. I don't know if it's okay to do now as a question. Le tazze sono individuali, possono... okay, so are the cups, I think it's referring to the new cup that you show a few workshops ago as a product of the Keshe Foundation. And she said, are the cups are for individual, so are for individual person, or they can be used from more than one person? This is the first question. And then...
yeah, but we already answered that one.
Yeah, I think, and then he said, and can be used also if you don't have any problems. For example, if you're healthy, can you also use them? You don't have to have a problem to use them.
You use them when you need them.
Ha detto che le puoi usare quando ti servono. And then he said that there are any contraindication for who's got like a metal piece inside their body.
I don't understand what does
And
that
you know
mean?
when someone's got like a hip replacement or some
Yeah.
metal.
Yeah.
When they use those cup, are there any contraindications for that?
You have to go through all this has been published in the Keshe Foundation report, in the corona and the effects of fields on the body.
E Patrizia ha detto che praticamente tutte queste domande sono nei reporti che hanno fatto del...
Yeah, do you want us to go somewhere else while you're translating?
Okay, perfect. We finished.
Thank
Thank you so
you.
much.
Okay, perhaps we can go to Salamia here. And she could ask her questions that are in the Q&A personally instead.
Hello, Mr. Kesh. Hello, everybody. And Happy Nowruz to all of you which believe in Mitrahand. Mr. Kesh, can an electron and proton become again a neutron? I mean, the electron creation and proton creator, this is the aim of our creation, to become one with the creator?
You depends in the proton you become, what the strength of proton or electron you have as a composition inside, or you achieve, or you receive from within the structure. And every proton, in essence, once you're created, or every electron now is the essence of a neutron itself, because now is the beginning of the next cycle for it to divide. As I said many times, mankind knowledge has not completed to understand that even an electron in the process of its life goes through a conversion of the smaller and gets to the point that it reaches such a minute position that the strength of the fields of the creator can change its position and strength, or the environment. So at any point, at any structure, once you've gone through the division, now your structure is another neutron that is ready in time to convert or to divide or to absorb.
Yes. Thank you. And can you elaborate on positron and electron more?
Positron and electron, we explained many times, is position dependent in environmental strength or inner field strength. The same electron can become positron if it moves into different band by field forces of the environment and or by the strength change within the structure of itself. Positron and electron, or what we call positive rotation, clockwise rotation, or anti-clockwise rotation, does not change the totality of the entity of anything. It stays the same. It's just that field strength in position dictates the direction of rotation. Neutron doesn't go one way or the other or change itself, or the proton in respect to the electron, which is positron. It's just what happens, and if the composition of the fields bring them closer to each other, to accommodate, they have to receive the fields in a different direction. That's all. Mankind has made a lot of things from positron and electron, but in fact it's no different than both. It depends which way you dance in respect to the others, depending on the strength and the position. It's like when you dance waltz, you go anti-clockwise, and then you see there is somebody in front of you, you just change to clockwise because you don't want to hit them. That's all it is. You decide, due to the strength and the position of others, how to turn.
So matter and antimatter. You become matter or antimatter, depends on your wish.
No, it depends on the position of the strength and what you manifest yourself in the position and dimension of the, what we call the environment you're in.
The field.
You could be as much antimatter to me as you're matter to somebody else.
Mm-hmm.
It's understanding the totality, and this is the phrases which is made by man, and we call it the principal matter transition and manifestation or matter state. We in the books speak about this because that was the only way we could gradually change for man to see the totality. There is nothing anti about the matter. It's just that we have to understand the position.
Yeah, I understood.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you very much. And God bless you and all of you.
Thank you very much. Any other question?
Okay, we have no more hands up. There are several more questions. If you're willing to carry on.
Yep. A couple more.
Let's see, from the top, Achilles thus asks, can you please ask Mr. Kesh if he can explain the rest of the part of the 4 cups system he has taught a few months before by using the 4 cups from the 5 cup system to build a pyramid with which we can feed ourselves directly through energy instead of destroying any kind of life. How should we complete the rest of the connections? Any hint or clue would be great. Thanks.
No clue and no hint. Very simply because, as I said, copycat will go through a lot of things. You have to understand which part of the essence of the creation you want to interact with. You got to realize the interaction of the fields and what does that field mean. Do you want to gain a field or do you want to let the field go? You always have to remember the process of the creation in a simple way, that the weakest always takes from the strongest, or the strongest gives to the weakest, that become equal. This is the yin and yin equality. This is the equinox, what we call it, of the fields, of the both giving and taking. And once the man learns that and understanding it, you create an environment that all cells of your body becomes weaker conditioned to the position or the environment you're in. You receive energies or you fulfill what it needs, and then you create same environment, a condition that the cells of the body, the weakest is stronger compared to the environment that you give out what you don't. That's how enhancement units work. That's how the secret of life is. When we feed you and go to the machine, it doesn't mean that you're going to say, what are you going to do with the surplus you don't need? You become fatter and fatter or bigger energy? No. We take from you, we make the condition of the enhancement so low that your body, even the weakest cell in your body, transacts and gives the fields out to bring balance. So it can give to a point, and then it comes to balance, and then we change the condition of the environment of the enhancement unit that is stronger than every cell you have. Then you can receive energy. That's how you are fed in your body. So now we replicate it in the machine. So this is the principle you have to remember. And if you do this, it's easy to understand how to make the work of everything else to be done. And if you can't understand that way, you assume everything the way, the easiest way, the shortcut, which is create a ratio difference. And in the ratio difference, if you get it right, you take the energy from the cell which you want to move. But you have to create a condition for that cell to be able to release its energy. It's not just that because you put a battery in the side, you're going to empty it. There's a lot of factors you have to consider. Create a dynamic motion that the fields do interact.
Okay, we have another cup question from Nick in the live stream, who asks, Rick, can you ask the blessed soul of Mr. Kesh, is one of the ingredients for the cups to elevate our soul or soul of physicality is our own blood?
Did that blood give you elevation? I think I answered you. If you're looking elevation through your blood and your blood has not managed to elevate you, there is there is something not fully understood in the process.
Okay. See, we've got a question from Felix in the Q&A here in the Zoom. He says, I would like to know if the foundation is accredited in Italy, because today there are many concrete possibilities to collaborate with government agencies. And if the foundation would not be recognized, their process might be a bit longer and harder. So I remember that yesterday night at Radio 11.11, you said that soon in Italy, production is going to begin. I imagine that something is moving, but it would be important to understand this a bit better. Thanks.
Italy is a very special case for Keshe Foundation. We withdrew from Italy totally due to misconduct of those who were running the Keshe Foundation. This matter now is in the hand of the very competent lawyers in Rome. And we've been assured, we will, as I said before, we expect arrest and prison sentences, because the way the Keshe Foundation was deceived and people around the Keshe Foundation received is so openly done that you could not believe it. So we withdrew operation from Italy, and now we have appointed some of the most competent lawyers in Italy, and they're taking the position. And we've been assured by the legal team that with the evidence we have, we expect 20 years prison sentence, at least for 2 members of the ex-Keshe Foundation who run the factory. They have influences in the finance police, and they've been threatening us. They have the police support as friends, but the legislation overlooks, and even the uncles now become implemented in the threat. So we make this very clear. Now, once this situation is settled very soon, most probably will not get to courts because the evidence is so strong of the defrauding, that Keshe Foundation is, we own a company. We are very active in Italy. We haven't closed our company. We waited to have enough evidence. Now we have taken action. And then this organization with the records and the jobs we've done in Italy will go into action for a lot of things. You have to understand it's not just for only Italy. European community has a scientific organization with accredited new technologies. In that organization, we have a scientist who's a friend of the Keshe Foundation. We realized how in 2012, suddenly the accreditation of the Keshe Foundation technology as a new technology was twisted by the Belgians with a threat. This is all in black and white. And one of these officers in this scientific accreditation of the Keshe Foundation has released document to us. So once you get accreditation as a new technology in Europe, then the European community supports you for development and the rest. Well, what we were going through at that time with the rules of the land and the deception and the fraud, as we've seen now, and they're still carrying on with it, this was stopped in the scientific, what you call accreditation of the Europe. And then they influenced the others. Now the table has changed. And we tell you exactly how it's changed in a very short time. Then we become our technology, and all the teaching done by the Keshe Foundation becomes accredited as a scientific technology, and then the teaching in universities and the colleges. So you see, we don't have a problem in Italy. The problem sits now that we have met with a member of this committee in telling us how the accreditation was in the process of being passing, and the influence, as we've seen now, by the Belgian monarchy and the pressures they created on the European community forced the committee to put it aside. They haven't dismissed it. They have put it aside to be considered for the future. One of these, as I said, member of this committee has collected all the documents. And We've been told, and we've seen part of it, the whole lot will be handed to us, and we see it. But in a way, it was a good thing, because it allowed us to mature to be able to teach more. And scientifically, now we are accredited by a number of organizations. Now we become part of the university structure. And the new positions which will be created for the Keshe Foundation will be accredited worldwide for our own teaching for ourselves. It's the how the others will want to do it. We have people who are working in the background to bring it as part of the education system and everything else. But the only reason we lost this position of accreditation is the influence of the criminality within the structure of the mentality of the Belgians, which we still see running at the moment. The lying and the cheating and using all sorts of things to trick. It's the habit of a nation, it's a culture, so we have to respect it. It's the only way there's still souls. And so once the situation now is changing, we've been told the same officer will take back Keshe Foundation technology to be accredited as a new technology in the European community, which then will change it. We had it till 2012. It was under consideration, a lot of support was given to it to come up. When we did not give everything to one person, he, because of his point of influence, they influenced the others. And so now that is changed, because now this sits with us. We have the person who's in charge, part of this committee. And now he has said he'll take it back to the European community once the new documents are released, and it'll be accredited, because the number of people around the world which are practicing the Keshe Foundation technology will give it. As we've been told, we are evidence-based technology. And we have given enough evidence that it works in different aspects, be it from different things, and that will go through in a very fast way. Even, as I said, even in past 24 hours, 48 hours, you've been accepted as a plasma technology organization for us, what we want to promote in the commercial side. This is all taking shape. It took us nearly 8-9 years to do enough, to show enough, to confirm enough that the lies of one man, one nation is not effective anymore. As we've seen, it's already, we've seen so many lies in past few weeks on the internet that one of the people said, everything we read is 180-degree opposite to what the fact is, and people believing it. We said, no problem, let it go. Because it's no use. We fought this for 8-9 years. They took all our energy. Now we carry on, let them waste their energy. This is the waste of life. We've been talking about it, but you have to understand, accreditation of the technology has already was accredited, was on the bench to be financed heavily, and we saw immediately what they did in the stock market. A president interfered with the Keshe Foundation, because if the stock market value of the global would have come up, the technology would have taken off in a different way. But again, as I said, we know the president has a long list of misconducts, and this misconduct goes the same as misconduct which is a habit of the Belgians. We see the documents are coming up in the court. So we just got to be more mature and move on, and the way we done to teach. Accreditation comes from a lot of you who used it to save yourself from Corona, or to take a pain away, or you made something with it that you enjoyed, even growing a piece of grass or a vegetable with it. It is the beauty of the knowledge, not the word of the mouth of those who try to get attention through the work of the others. Just be gracious, just carry on. But Italian situation is well in the hand of the most competent lawyers. And as we warned you before, we had to make some moves. We have made our moves, we collected enough evidence, And our lawyers at Vatican confirmed to us they will give us 20 years prison minimum. We took this guarantee because they looked at all the legalities. And what we said, these people stole from the foundation and they built up a business. As the business belongs to the foundation, it was stolen, it'll come back into the foundation umbrella and you will be benefited by it. But this is something which we have to leave, and this is all connected to the past of the Keshe Foundation. We had to let it go. The future is so bright. What we see coming up is so amazing. As we even speak today, members of the Keshe Foundation, different groups are traveling in different positions to secure and expand the Keshe Foundation in knowledge, in manufacturing, and in everything else. Most probably, hopefully within the next 24 hours, 48 hours, we hopefully, with the work of our team, which are already, I think they arrived at the destination, we most probably next few days secure one of the largest factories which we've been trying to get, and we get to the final point of moving on because of what we achieved. And then the next step, the same in many, many countries. We had a setback for 8 years, 9 years because of what we saw, but now what we say, the whole element of the people who set us back, they're not within the structure of the Keshe Foundation. And now we see the success, and we see everything else. Stay on course and carry on with the teaching, because we are not there to give diploma and graduation. If you've been a knowledge seeker student in Keshe Foundation since 2014, none of you have received a single piece of paper to tell you you're graduated. Because you're graduated at the time when you need to use the technology, and you use it and you see the beauty of it. As I said, growing a flower, to those of you who use it or use it for corona, cancer, or whatever else. I told you many times, in the recent past, I have found peace, and I found the love of living and the love to live for. And this brings a different way than before, being kept continuously on the edge of pressure with lies and cheats. So we see the same lies and cheats still now. I suffered for 30 years with it. You lot are suffering with it in the past few months. Then you see the turmoil you see on the internet is a turmoil I live daily with. Day in, day out, day in, day out. It's gone now. It's peaceful. Because nothing to do with me. If you understand what you see, who bombarded on the internet in past few weeks and months, now you see what I lived with for 30 years, non-stop. You get punch drunk with lies and cheats and everything else that it becomes a reality. Find peace the way I have. Find love and care the way I have. You live my way, and you see how everything is changing. Because when you're punch drunk, you don't know which way you're going, because they keep you that way till they bring you to your knees. And we were just about on our knees where we escaped from the position. Now it's beautiful. You wake up, you want to do. I started at 5 o'clock this morning, and while I was looking things happening, I see the Keshe Foundation team that are still working around the world. 5 o'clock in the morning for them, they're still inputting. They're still working. People in Australia. There's not enough time. We have so much to do to bring so much beauty of the knowledge. We are accredited by having a television channel. We are accredited by having so many knowledge seekers which are still there, are doing their work to support. We are accredited with how many of you trying to get programs done that you have a presentation that your language people understand the technology. These are accreditation. We don't need a certificate. Any other question?
We have a couple of hands up here, and maybe I'll read the comment from Hassan in the Q&A first. He says, "Good day, Mr. Keshe. Thank you for opening to us the Pandora box we are all waiting for. Your teachings and guidance have empowered me in understanding we are nothing but a speck of dust in the unicos of the Creator, and taught me that the only power of the Creator resides in humbleness and love. The 24 commandments are part of what made me strongly understand and believe that what was allowed to me by my education and beliefs were not really in line with the essence of the Creator. The commandments made me understand that thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not kill, thou shall love your enemies, thou shalt not consider himself higher or lower than others, and most importantly, detachment. All of this made me believe that your teachings, which had always been sweet, respectful, and about unconditional love and humbleness, are what I should follow to find peace. Thank you for teaching us that none of us is wrong and that we just have to thrive to master, think good, talk good, and act good. Much love. That's from Hassan. And Betty had asked, after March 21st, will the workshops continue?
Everything continues, nothing stops. We are increasing the workshops, more languages. We had a problem with the Chinese group because not many of them speak English, but they are very good knowledge seekers. And yesterday I received, we want to be in, get us in, because it's all in Chinese. I said, yes, but we need people who can speak to be able to. So we brought the Chinese in. But this Chinese group, which is brought into the things, they are part of the structure of Keshe Foundation. Please do not communicate with them. They would not respond. It's a very strict structure we follow with China. We respect the integrity of the homeland of China and its leadership and the way they run their nation. We do not intrude, and many knowledge seekers don't understand this and can cause for the foundation problems unseen. The Keshe Foundation, Chinese Keshe Foundation, have a very strict structure that no response to any knowledge seekers in respect to the China. They are there to represent their structure and a nation and the programs, and they will be mostly subtitled that I understand. We have to keep the Chinese structure this way, that we keep the Keshe Foundation and respect for His Excellency President Xi of China's rules of his land. We do not do anything outside which can endanger the nation or citizens of the country, being the knowledge seekers of the West. And people in the West don't have this mentality. And that's what I have given a very strict instruction to the members of the Keshe Foundation in the television channel. Do not try to make friends or try to be in touch or whatever. You'll get no replies because we've seen misconduct before, and we block these things to protect knowledge seekers and further work. You've got to understand, especially with China, we've been operating, we've been teaching for nearly 15 years across the border in China, across the teaching of today, and the Chinese authorities have not firewalled us because we keep respect and knowledge to be shared. You got to realize we are putting information, technology, and knowledge live into China, where they control every way that their citizens cannot be abused or create abuse of the democracy the way they see it. So we don't let you to interfere in that. And a lot of people try to come in that way and we block it. The same as the way we protected the knowledge seekers in Belgium for nearly 8 years. And gradually we are letting them in to come, but we protect them from the hand of the people who are there to damage. The same has been with the Iranian community. We kept the Iranian community for years under the wrap to safeguard them, that when the technology comes out, the time is correct, it will be accepted nationally by the citizens. These are the things which we have to do, and it's the responsibility of the knowledge seekers and the people who run this organization to always be vigilant in respecting the processes in what we do. Otherwise, we would have run into a problem with the Chinese and the rest long, long time ago. as I speak to you, is getting translated into Chinese, and Chinese officers of the Central Intelligence are sitting online, listening word to word. The minute if I put something which is not in the interest of China, they blank it for a few minutes, second, till the other part comes. They don't block us out. It's happened to us twice, and we understood. But they don't fire us because they know the Chinese are learning a lot through this teaching. It's created a lot of industry application in China. And we want to keep it that way. Even in the teaching on the television, we keep that. But the Keshe Foundation China has a strict instruction. Respect the integrity and the rule of the law in your country. Don't use the Keshe Foundation technology to try to say what is what in your country. Your responsibility is only to share the knowledge and the beauty which brings to the nation. This is fully understood. You have to understand we have a number of companies which we own 100% of, and we have to respect that we work within the law of the nation. Keshe Foundation has invested a lot of time and capital and effort by knowledge seekers and others to reach this point. We don't let no one to jeopardize for us to be able to serve Chinese nation and others through the operation of our work in China. Any other question?
Okay, we've got Antonio with the hand up here. Go ahead, Antonio.
Mr. Keshe, peace, the knowledge seekers and their purpose to bring peace. Peace is easy, Mr. Keshe. We have to, all we have to do is implement the principle of sharing the knowledge, sharing the resources. You know, to me, that's probably an easy step to bringing peace in the world. Sharing is a divine principle.
Making man peaceful is very difficult. We tried it for thousands of years. Somehow, this creature knows how to wiggle out of it. So we gone for teaching the soul that we change the physicality.
Yeah. Well, you know, I think that if people understand the principle of sharing, that that the resources belong to everybody, and if it's shared in an equitable way, then everybody benefits, and from that point, you know, when nations trust each other, then miracles happen, you know. And this is my thoughts, that through your knowledge, through your technology, that it will help that peace process, and I hope that that'll come soon.
It is here, but it just is in the candle condition, and will take fire in next few short time income. There's a lot happening in the background, but the biggest way for us now is to use the new opportunities to emphasize on freedom of sharing technology and knowledge and nothing else. And in a way, become to understand by using our technology, create a peace of mind, create peace for a nation. And this is where it comes from. And each one of us has to find a way. It's a very interesting, if you look at it, I was watching a presentation in past few days, or past couple of weeks, by two world leaders. And the way one of the world leaders was, we call it stabbed in the back, was so bad that none of the members of the parliament and the president or the leaders of the nation in the room, they could believe such a thing is said to them in their own parliament by another leader. And I watched the physical behavior of the two leaders, and I thought, this is no different than what happened to us. It's the habit of the nation. Go on the internet and watch closely the video which is released by, the title is Ghana will not export any cocoa to Switzerland. Something like this. Just go in it and watch it. The tradition is that the host gives a speech and then the guest gives a speech. The head of the Swiss nation, beautiful lady, praises Ghana for in supplying Ghana. He says, she says, I think in the frame that every Swiss child knows about the gold coin, and the gold coin which has got chocolate in it, both are sweet, which Swiss is famous for, holding the whole gold, and then they create a chocolate which has got a gold coin on it, has the same, one is sweet for a mature man, one is for the child, but gives the same pleasure more or less to some people. And she thanks the Ghanaian for decades of supplying cocoa to Switzerland that can give such a beautiful thing to his nation. And she sits down, she praising the president. And then president of Ghana, which is his habit and the government, because we tackled this man, he's a thief by nation. But what does he say? In a very strange way, he says, the Ghana has decided not to export any more cocoa to Switzerland. And a president who gave such a praise to this nation got hammered so bad. And you see it, how it will vibrate in the society. And then he says, we want to, for the progress of our nation, to process it ourselves to get a better value for our product, which is the right of every president, every leader. But the way he puts it across, that you Swiss people, instead of processing in your house, you process it in mine. We want the technology to be used and us to be come up with, and we're not giving you anymore. But the one stupid question, this is a greed of Ghanaians, is the way we've seen what they've done with the Keshe Foundation, is that, okay, now you process the cocoa, where are you going to sell it? You understand?
Yeah.
This is the stupidity of this mentality of man thinking. So you got the investment to come. You still have to sell it to Swiss, but this time they reduce their cost by using your labor cheap. So the profit becomes more for the Swiss. I grab it, but you don't talk this way, that you're not going to get any more. In a way, is where is my cut? You understand? So it's a very, watch this video, go on it and watch it on YouTube. It tells you a lot about humanity. I felt sorry in a way for the president of Switzerland, the lady prime minister. She was really got hammered in praising the man, and a few seconds later, the man literally hammers her down. And I thought, you don't do this with a guest, but they do the same thing in their nation. They don't do the Keshe Foundation. And it's the same, I told you, it's the same with the Belgium, the same what we had in Italy. We have to accept a culture as totality and somehow to bring to them, this is not the way things done.
Yeah. It's just another question, sorry, Mr. Keshe. With the vertical enhancement unit,
yeah.
Is that specifically for viruses, or is that the result?
Yes, I know what you're trying to tell me. We have created this system for this purpose. It's especially done this way. But we can adjust it to many other things according to how we set it. It has a hidden technology in it, number of hidden technologies that even, you know, as I said before, the guy who put one Maghreb and opened it, look, this is how Keshe Foundation makes it, we can all copy it. You can open it, but you will not understand the essence of it, the same as in the enhancement unit, that we can handle with the enhancement, the vertical enhancement unit, the space diseases. This is where the essence of the work will come. These are systems which are getting prepared for people to test, to understand, to be able to become the travelers of the space. And yes, it's developed in a very specific way for transmutation of energies, including the soul of the man.
Yeah, I'd like to bring one to Australia, but trying to convince...
You pay for it, we get it to you. And we have many doctors which will work it for you.
I haven't found a doctor here yet that will come in on board.
Yeah, you have a number of doctors in Australia. There are a number of people. Well, we have one in one of the islands who are working together horizontally. You buy it, we can get it to you, no problem. And if you don't know how to operate it, we train a doctor to do it. There's a beauty with Australia. You have a lot of Iranian doctors. We know how to get to them.
I do know of one, so maybe I should talk to him. I will talk to him. Okay.
If you want to get one or two to do, I always advise with them to get two of them because of the structure they work. We will get it run for you through the Keshe Foundation Knowledge Seekers. We even can give you, in a very short time to come, certificate that you've been accredited by university, that you've been trained to use these machines. We're working on a lot of different directions for the technology, and these systems are getting all the time upgraded and evolved, and it'll be done. Don't have a worry that you can't get it to Australia. You can't find a doctor. We get you as many doctors as you like.
Okay, I'm excited. Very excited.
It is there because we have the position to do it. We are totally committed. Now we are in the process of what we call the lift and motion system, and will be stepped up to another position. We've gone through the teething. Now it's time to start delivering a lot of things. As you've seen, a lot of Keshe Foundation products, we had delays of long term on it because what was developing. Now we have sorted it out. The new management, the two ladies have taken everything by the horn, as we say, and everything is getting sorted for their delivery. That now you find us in Amazon. The Keshe Foundation book 1, 2, and 3 is on Amazon as a hard copy now, and will be promoted heavily in the next few weeks. You will see, to become internationally known as the bestsellers of books, because when you create bestsellers, people will look at the technology. If you go on Amazon and look at the Keshe Foundation books or on the other positions, you will find with it sits, and it'll be set in the next few days, the Corona report. With total technology, people can buy the report to read, and it's even so is in Keshe Foundation Plasma Time. We have allowed it to go into that direction, and you will see the products of the Keshe Foundation in Amazon. Other platforms, Keshe Foundation products are coming up on the television. When you have a program, for example, from Brazil, if you advertise through and orders come through your television channel, you get the financial backing of it from the Keshe Foundation. So you create a business for selling the product through your promotion. You refer them to the television channel shop, which will be open, we were told, in the next week or two. And so we start delivering the technology by the proof of it and by the technology of it. And in so many ways, I stay in a way, as I said, to people who know around us. I stay in Europe till I complete the peace process with Iran, and on the completion of the peace process with what we plan to do it, if we achieve it the way we want to do it, I'll return back to Iran to head Iran into this, in what we call Age of Space Technology, by inviting the world scientists into Tehran. This is a step which all been cleared. It's just that I wait for our final phase of the what I call peace movement to bring the television and everything else on. And then the essence of the space technology will shift, and even we might move a lot of things into Iran, into Arizona, into China, and our base in Europe. So there's a lot to happen. It has to be the freedom access of the technology by all of us. And the way we have structured it, no government is stopping us to bring in technology to benefit the nation. It's taken a long time, but now, as I said, in the past few months, the elements which are destroying everything we're building are not around the foundation. Now it's become just build and build, and it's building very rapidly. Very, very rapidly. And it's beautiful what we see, and everything is going beautifully positive. The number of Keshe Foundations operating around the world are increasing through the knowledge seekers, through the language channels, because now we will be, once the Corona is over condition, we go back in promoting the Keshe Foundation directly in the countries. And by, in a way, investing in the countries. We invest directly. A structure has been set up, Austria and China, and in next few days, maybe in next couple of weeks, Mexico will become the center of the productions for Keshe Foundation. And then Iran comes into operation as another production center, major production center. So we start allowing you as knowledge seekers around the world to use these 4 centers of the production to generate financial support for your teachings, for your television centers and everything else, and you benefit directly through your organizations. We spend now, all this has been set up by the heads of the Keshe Foundation. They just need to do a lot of work, which I did in the basic, but they bring it into the full structure, and it's taking shape. The head of the Keshe Foundation China, I don't think she's seen her bed for nearly 2-3 weeks. She's traveling in different places, organizing everything else. And now we have taken 100% control of one of the largest foreign investment groups in China, 100% owned by the Keshe Foundation, and we have received the instruction of the title. This allows us to move in another direction, and everything has changed in a very positive way for all of us. You got to understand, Keshe Foundation is not owned by one, it's owned by all of us, and in the next few operations of months coming and weeks, we transfer everything into the ownership of the foundation, and then it'll stay the way it is. And it's beautiful how things are taking shape, and it's beautiful to have a peace of mind to be able to work it, and it's beautiful to be in love with what is happening and the people who create that condition. You order one, I'll get you the doctor. Any other question?
Well, you're doing really good getting through the questions here, Mr. Keshe, and currently we have no more hands up. We have
That's good.
All the Q&A questions are answered, all 15 of them. And we've got
8 minutes left to your deadline. Shall we say goodbye and run?
Yes, pretty much. There was one thing I wanted to mention here. I just have to find it in the YouTube. From Paulo in the YouTube, who says, referring to Mr. Keshe, you must have been reborn a few times since you have been engaged in raising our consciousness for 6,000 years. I would like to know what cultures you have already gone through. perhaps you were the ancestor of many of us, and by affinity, we are today knowledge seekers.
I was talking about this to one of the knowledge seekers very, very recently. And the interesting is, what was said, that is it the reincarnation or is it the same soul? It's the same soul. And with it, different physicality in the dimension of being able to understand how things can change and how you can bring a race to a position. In different ways and in different structures, the biggest problem for this race has been race as totality of life on this planet, not just man. That due to lack of the energy from the center, or what we call the inner core of this planet, not providing sufficient strength fields for its inhabitants, inhabitants have come to steal from the others to survive, if I can put it that way. You know, when you live in, you're given a certain amount of money to live and it's not enough, you get a second job, and if your job is not there, you go because you need to feed yourself, people who to steal and everything else and whatever. This has happened to this planet. Due to the lack of and the condition of it creating life, has not managed to sustain life by giving to its citizens that they do not need to steal. The whole structure of life in this planet will come on killing and destroying other lives for them to survive. The nearest only structure which is not killing but creating a condition for absorption is the vertical people. In a very indirect way, they do that. Because they don't kill, they create a root base, that they create a field, that the fields which are in the universe get absorbed to them. They have compromised the freedom of the seeing to be stationary, but not commit the crime. And if the rest of the life on this planet, which is what we call the breathing side of amino acid mobile, or what we call the horizontal people, come change, being the ants, being the man, being the lion or the mosquito, go through the other process like receiving all the energy they need from inner sanctums of the, what we call earth, mankind will change. And so the only way we could compensate for it is to develop a technology, to teach a technology that we can compensate for the lack of the energy, the fields, and this is through the gas production and then the field interaction. And the way I explained this to the scientific group some time ago, the way we have polluted the environment of this planet with CO2 and what we call the global warming expression, and it's taken time to happen, the process of the use of the gases will gradually become to a point that the same thing will be achieved over time. We have to do it in a slow pace, otherwise we create more problem, for more lives will be lost, because a lot have adapted to this condition of the present time. But overall, by increasing the fields which creates the stability of the emotion, doesn't matter what animal you are, which is mainly through the zinc and combination of interaction of the zinc and iron as a blood. Now with increasing that, it's like the way we polluted the air with burning the fuel. Now by adding the more of this conversion of the energy in the way we feed the planet with it, we'll reach that point of the balance that the planet will take enough, we create enough condition for it, hopefully, in a very, very small steps and measures that will create a peaceful animal that we start more tapping into the planetary system and the fields of the universe. That's the whole purpose of the work with the gases. That we change and we reduce the dependence on the package of energy, and we receive more and more from the environment of our existence, and then become passengers of the universe. I've said many times, it'll be interesting to see when we allow the first child in the universe to be born in the open space of the universe from Earth. Would it survive? And would it directly, in being born into the environment, will switch over to the higher strength that it lives through the structure of the universe? And this has happened many times in the universe, and man will not die in space. No man will die in space unless he chooses not to convert. And this is why we developing and understanding of the creation of the new physical structure of life and the soul together, that the conversion one is not there. When you panic in the physical life that you might lose the physicality, you go within the inner sanctum of the soul of the man or the creature. And then when you find peace, you manifest yourself. Or you manifest yourself in physicality when you want to protect your soul from anything, the way man does. We're becoming wise to the knowledge of creation so we can openly put it on the table. Thank you very much for today. And I hope and I wish one of the most beautiful years for the Iranian community and all those on the Silk Road and Japan who celebrate 21st of March as the beginning of spring and the cycle of life. And many of us across this planet will find the process of change from 21st of March with the creation of new life and new understanding of the fields of the creation, not matter state of the man was so much dependent on. Thank you very much. Hopefully we meet you on Saturday morning with a lot of problems, which is normal with the Keshe Foundation when we start the Keshe Foundation TV. And then we repeat the same problem at 9 o'clock on Sunday, and from there on is in the hand of the capable team of the Keshe Foundation TV, which is most of you around the world from different groups and languages. The beauty of
that, oh, sorry.
Pardon?
Sorry, continue.
We start at 10 o'clock on Saturday, Central European time. And then, hopefully, as usual, we'll have some hiccups because we'll be more or less test running. And then, after an hour or so, 2 hours reopening, we'll leave the tape to be played till Sunday at 9 o'clock Central European time, where we're trying to have 2 hours of open discussion on the television basis with the knowledge seekers around the world. And then we go into the up to date, we'll release the date and the time which languages will be what they call loading up their programs for what time every week. And then those programs are on the system that anybody can come in and watch. It's very much like what we have here. We teach every Thursday, but you can listen to it any other time. And we bring in that into the television structure. And that's how it's going to be. The list of which country, which languages, which nationalities will be done, because we have a Portuguese from Portugal, and then we might have a Portuguese from Brazil. So they carry their own language time. And this is how gradually will take shape.
Okay, so
and then,
sorry.
Carry on.
I'm trying to confirm the time on Saturday. There was a note in the KF TV channel Telegram about it's 9 p.m. to 9:30, and we'll go live through midnight.
No.
So
yeah, maybe if you're in New Zealand or Australia, yes. But all the Keshe Foundation programs are programmed on Central European time, and we start 10 o'clock in the morning on Saturday for the first hour or two, just to broadcast the opening. And then we start the whole structure of the TV program from Sunday, 9 o'clock. and then we'll see how it takes shape. Maybe next Thursday we'll be live on TV and Zoom channel if people want to be, depends on how things go. We have a lot of ways to do it. What I don't want to do is that all the live presentations does not include 1 or 2 people, but we want Brazilians to take over, like on a Sunday or a Monday session of live TV, that they have chance to bring people in. Then maybe the Chinese might, maybe the others. So the live TV sections, which is 4 hours a week at the moment, agreed with the television people. It will be a contribution of many people. I do the first one, and then we start bringing scientific people. Brazil can interview live their scientists or other knowledge seekers. This is outside your workshop time. It's not part of your workshop. And people are planning and organizing these things. We learn gradually.
So there will be no live broadcast in YouTube or live stream?
Yes, will all be done simultaneously.
Okay, for the Saturday and Sunday broadcast.
Yes, all be simultaneously everywhere. When we go, we are not losing what we built. We are adding to with the television.
Yeah, I was just wondering whether it was going to be live at the same time.
Yeah, yes, there's YouTube. I think you're going to be there as usual on Saturday and Sunday because you control on the other side. And then the next Thursday, and we try to see if the Universal Council can manage to bring their Tuesdays into a live, not just with voice, and we'll see how we go. It'll be very interesting to see how Universal Council members work when it comes to reality. Would they all dress up? Would we see them? Would we have an interview with them? It'll be very interesting.
Mm-hmm. Very good.
You do their presentation every Tuesday, so you know what you might get on your hand.
Yes.
Thank you. It's a handful. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
See you on Saturday morning.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Kesh.
Thank you very much.
So we invite all people of the universe to show up on that day, and at the kesh.foundation/TV is the main link, and you may have to sign up first and then go into that link. And once you're signed up, it's easy to get in each time. And yeah, so thank you, Mr. Kesh. Thank you, knowledge seekers, for attending today's workshop. And this has been the 372nd Knowledge Seekers Workshop on Thursday, March 18th, 2021. And I think we have some things to take us out here. Thanks, everyone, and see you on Saturday. Bye for now.
Hello. We are the Keshe Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on Earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshefoundation.org/donate. Keshe Foundation TV brings innovative space-based science and technology in an ever-expanding way across this planet.
The technology has been given free to humanity. It's been distributed free, taught free, and used by the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers around the world freely to support.
Covering news, education, scientific breakthroughs in space travel, agriculture, health, environment, energy and more in the new world of plasma science and GANS technology.
Plasma water is the water which we collect from above what is known nano GANS materials. It's the water which passes through nanomaterials which are made to carry the energy of the plasma to itself. In a way, we transfer energy of the nano-atomic or molecular magnetic fields into the water.
Collective collaboration of knowledge seekers of the Keshe Foundation around the globe creates a new dawn for humanity through the understanding of the universal interaction of magnetical and gravitational fields, which are the building blocks of the universe. The creation and manipulation of these fields without the use of fuel will bring a giant leap in space exploration. We invite citizens of the Earth to join us and be part of this change. Keshe Foundation, where science meets the soul of the man for peace.